card represents familiar territory, and the water the uncharted territories beyond. In order to judge wisely, you have to connect the known with the unknown, and learn to distinguish one from the other. The scales of justice measure what is only vaguely known. Unclear feelings, thoughts, and physical sensations have to be evaluated. Prejudices have to be overcome. Dali adapted the woman from one of Lucas Cranach, the elder's famous paintings. Her wild mane represents an abundance of life force, but also the invincible spirit of justice. Encourages virginity, a theme already addressed by the card the Hermit. Some people consider virginity and innocence to be lost. Your light gets stronger as you resolve your own contradictions. If you do not assume responsibility for your life, or if you retreat into incompetence or irresponsibility, you will fail to approach the magnificent power of the Hermit. He exemplifies rather a person who tackles his problems when appropriate and solves them. As such, this card is all about using your own light to heal and sanctify your world and to transform the earth back into its virginal state. Practical advice. This card sometimes signals a need for rest and withdrawal, but more often for commitment and effort and for accepting responsibility. Pay your debts in a material as well as a moral sense. Increase your own wealth, wellness, and well-being as well as that of your fellow human beings. Pictorial sources. Portrait of Luca Pacioli, Museo Nazionale. Many tarot decks depict the High Priestess holding a holy book. She is reading the script of her own life. Dali gives her a scroll to hold, expressing the same idea. It is interesting how Dali depicts the clothing of the High Priestess. The outer garment, a kind of cloak, is reminiscent of a nun's habit, as found in many portrayals of the Mother Mary. But underneath her cloak, the figure wears a black and blue sequined evening gown, imparting a mundane and feline look. Like the cat statue in the left foreground, the big head at the left margin, the child's head, represents the unconscious, libidinous mind feeding and tempting the soul with its long tongue. In sum, the High Priestess encourages you to develop the power of your own soul and your own inner perceptions in order to mediate between piety and frivolity here on Clown House. Nun-like devotion and cat-like instincts. The script of your life should be unrolled and evolved. The importance of the Dali Tarot. In a sense, we are all artists, masters of the art of life. Today, many people relate to the way of the artist or the way of the pilgrim. The concept of art and pilgrimage now represent methods of designing your own life, discovering your destiny, and choosing, creating, and meeting personal challenges. Tarot and fairy tales, myths and dreams, what Erich Fromm called symbolic languages, are precious and oftentimes irreplaceable companions because they provide an effective and safe training ground for the exploration of utopia. And alternative realities. One of the most beautiful results of this training is a growth of consciousness. You experience the conscious handling of the unconscious. Since his youth, Dali had been a great admirer of Sigmund Freud. In July of 1938, he finally visited him. Dali was 34 years old then, and Freud was 82. Major Arcana, the Magician, Personal Magic. There is a kind of magic that really works, and is not merely a matter of trickery, sleight of hand, hocus pocus, or stage illusions. Magic, the possibility of the impossible, is nothing more than becoming one with yourself, with God and the world. The number of this card, 1, cannot be divided by any other number in tarot. Significantly, the term indivisible has the same Latin root as individual. We are all artists and magicians. On this card, Dali himself poses as a magus, as the magician, displaying paraphernalia from some of his best-known works on the table. He thus draws attention to himself, and yet we realize that each individual being is invited to take part according to their own individual talents and qualities. In your personal journey, you go through unique experiences. The meditation on Kopf, number 18, the moon. I am the knot in the endless cord of life, binding past to future in the eternal present. I am Aleph and Tav, beginning and end, all that was, and all that shall be. Now is, for in mine eyes, time is not. Therefore am I the outset of the quest, and also the goal thereof, and I am the way of life. This is my hidden being, behind the face of the vast countenance. Therefore am I called the back of the head, which is not a head. I am the sum of all perfections, the decad multiplied by... Whenever aspirants really meditate, they are sharing in the exercise of the divine power that created everything. Thus, one of the tests whereby a student may know whether or not he has really succeeded in meditation is this. Let him find out whether or not what he has been doing takes form in the production of something better than he had before he began to meditate. Students of tarot will be interested in this comment and the relation between Zodi and the 17th key called Star. The application to the tarot is that to the self-contemplation of spirit, the universe appears as it really is. The Divine Mother is always unveiled before her Lord to man, except in those rare moments. The darkness is the fountain of existence, is based on a secondary meaning of ayin, O-I-N, which is well, fountain or spring. 530, 130 is the numeration of ayin, O-I-N, which is here called the wellspring of outward appearance, because ayin, O-I-N, means also look, face, appearance, color. 130 is 13 multiplied by 10. 13 is a Kabbalistic number signifying unity, because Achad, 1, is written with letters whose total value is 13. The number 10 may always be taken as a symbol of the 10 Sephiroth. Thus, 130 Kabbalistically corresponds to the statement, the I is the 1 multiplied through the Sephiroth. The two aspects spoken of in the last paragraph of the section are represented on the tree of life by the two opposing pillars, the pillar of mercy and the pillar of severity. 530 is the I, which is the wellspring of outward appearance. That I is the 1 multiplied through the Sephiroth. It is the sun of life and light shining through the 12 tribes of heaven and spreading the power through the tree of life. To make all things new, yet does every beam of that sun cast a shadow also, for in all creation are light and darkness mixed, and their equilibrium is the mystery of mystery. 1 and not 2 is the beginning and end of all, but 2 are the aspects it presenteth to mankind, because men are subject to the illusion of duality. I, the Lord, destroy with darkness, but with darkness do I also create. The wise discern this, Then shall the vision of thy Lord be granted unto thee, and seeing him shalt thou behold the shining one who is thine own true self. In the fullness of that blessed vision shalt thou be restored, as a young lion trampleth upon his prey, so shalt thou conquer all the phantoms of delusion. Lo, in that day shall the light that is bind fast every hideous shape of darkness, and all thy habitations shall be blessed by the white brilliance which descendeth from the crown. Comment on Samek. Samek pronounced Salmek. Transcribed as S, the number 60, meaning prob, support. The intelligence of probation or trial. In Hebrew, tried by fire is Baukan, B-C-H-N, which adds to 60 the value of the letter Samek. Furthermore, the signs, which is myself, and as the fish is hidden in the waters of the sea, so is the secret of the one, shut up within the semblance of the many. Therefore is the fish a sign of the secret wisdom, for that wisdom is naught but the discovery of the one. To thee, O Israel, is the opening and shutting of the gates to thee, after many questionings of what and which shall appear as in a flash of lightning the unfolding of the secret, that dazzling whiteness, too brilliant to be borne by mortal eyes, lighteth the path of every blessed one who attaineth to immortality. Yea, immortality is known to the wise, who understand the secret of my perpetual being, the secret whereof the fish concealeth and revealeth a mystery, for the fish is the perpetual one. By balancing opposites with exactitude unfailing, I bring mastery of all conditions and circumstances to him who seeketh faithfully to do my will. Such an one will master days and seas and times, because through him my rulership of everything shall find free outlet. Ever by balance do the wise attain, even as there can be no grasp without the hand, so is there no conciliation of seeming opposites without knowledge of my will. Therefore does Kap, the hand exerting itself to grasp, follow the Yodi, the hand creative, in the order of the sacred letters, and is the rewarder and conciliator. I am the Lord of all. Know that the error of the thought is the folly that any man do what pleaseth him. This false reasoning is rooted in the delusion of separateness. The appearance of separateness cometh of necessity from my self-manifestation. The delusion from it is the root of sin and pain. If the delusion passeth with the completion of the work for which I enter into manifestation, and because nothing can prevail against me, even the worst of sinners shall come in their appointed time to liberation. If thou canst grasp it, the breaking down and utter destruction of the hedge of protection which encircleth thee and guardeth thee from the terror of the darkness which is without. The phrase a hunger and a desire and a longing is based upon the verb evar, avh, to wish for, which has the numeral value 12 equivalent to that of the letter name vav, vv. A property of sharpness corresponds to the adjective kad, chd, sharp. This adds up to 12 also. The idea of joining together the parts of the universe may be based on the noun geba, gba, a reservoir, from a root signifying together, to collect. The value of GBA is 6, the same as 5, or V. Again, property of sharpness corresponds to the adjective kad. Sharpness adds up to 12 also.
The idea of joining together the parts of the universe may be based on the noun geba, GBA, reservoir, from a root signifying to gather, to collect. The value of GBA is 6, the same as 5.
Few there be with ears to hear, for that hearing is too often dulled by the noisy clamor of the world's illusion. Yet he who hath eyes to see and mind to remember may see in the very word guph, G-U-P-H, that the heart of its meaning hath to do with hearing, for what else is vav but the heart of the word? And is not vav at once the special letter of Ben the Son, and the sign of hearing? This thy body, O child of earth and sky, is truly the heavenly vision of the goodness of the eternal. This thy body is the palace of the King. This thy body is the manifested world of God and man. This thy body is the seamless robe of Adonai, for I am thy Lord, and the Lord and his temple are one. Love is that key, love not reason, for reason followeth after love, and when reason would enslave love, then is reason but a tyrant, punishing itself with what it trieth in vain to enslave. Love cometh first, as thou mayest see in terror, where the empress cometh before the emperor. Without love, reason is sterile, for love is the genetrix of true imagery. Reason can arrange, reason can harvest, but the harvester weareth also the mask of death. So this thy body is the instrument whereon may be played the song of life. Nay, it is more than this, for on this harp of 10,000 strings the wind of the Spirit moveth ever, and soundeth night and day the melodies and harmonization of Guph. Canst thou see the spiraling like power working through the mouth of the eternal, when lightning flashes, thunder roars, and thunder hath been from time immemorial a symbol for the voice of God? So is thy body, O aspirant, more, far more than an earthen clod. It is Gimel, token of the intelligence that united thee with the crown. It is Vav, the nail that joineth thee to the paternal wisdom, and it is truly Peh, the mouth of the Lord, for in united thee forever with the kingdom. Put words without the key, sublimed by the understanding heart. Love is that key, love not reason, for reason. Key 1, the magician, Beth. Beth, B, value 2, means house. The first thing about a house is its location, determined by survey, an application of geometry, and its building, architecture, geometry, adaptation of materials, and many other practical applications of science are involved. Time was when the whole art of building was called mystery, and was under the direction of the priests of Hermes, Mercury. House building is part of Hermetic science. Survivals of this idea are preserved in the rituals of Freemasonry. Mercury is the astrological attribution to Beth. It represents both the planet and the god. Understand by God an aspect of universal consciousness personified. The gods are the Elohim of the Hebrew scriptures, wherein it is written of man, I said, ye are gods. To me neither man nor may draw nigh. Nothing conscious of separateness can approach the reality of the absolute. When all at last return to the one, the differences that constitute various classes, such as plants, animals, man, and angels, will vanish. I am the vital principle of all that is. This is a reference to the attribution of Ruach to the letter Aleph. The Hebrew Ruach is analogous to Sanskrit prana, Greek pneuma, and Latin spiritus. Every one of these words means breath, and every one one means life. The meditation says emphatically that this life breath animates even those forms which are commonly regarded as being lifeless. The Fool Meditation on Aleph. I am without beginning, without end, older than night or day, younger than the babe newborn, brighter than light, darker than darkness, beyond all things and creatures, yet fixed in the heart of everyone. From me the shining worlds flow forth, to me all at last return, yet to me neither man nor angels may draw nigh, for I am known only to myself, ever the same as mine, in most being absolutely one, complete, whole, perfect, always itself, eternal, infinite, ultimate, formless, one. This is a symbol of a liberated partnership between man and woman. The freedom gained is expressed in ecstatic joy and enthusiasm. Now all energies are fully available for a common creative process. The energies will no longer be wasted in struggles over dominance, jealousy, or boundaries. The wings of their combined creativity, the experience of union in the service of the great light, carry them aloft. They experience and enjoy fulfillment in every moment. There is no wished for goal off in the future. Everything is here, and it is good. The wall surrounding the tip of the mountain means that the highest peak of freedom and consciousness remains locked to these two. In order to pass beyond, they must leap one last special hurdle. The small entrance to the peak must be found by each of us. In this state of ecstasy, a far-reaching alchemical transformation can take place. The person represented by the
rising up in the seminal prison class infrastructure, you can blow! People of this goddamn show till we go into syndication. Come on, Lorraine, the party's in for $7,500 in production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval and the Communist Party gonna say people of this goddamn show till we go into syndication. Come on, Lorraine, the party's in for $7,500 in production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval and I sure that shit ain't got any of my distribution charges. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval and I sure that shit ain't got any of my distribution charges. Fucking fascist! Did you see the film we made of San Marino jailbreak out demonstrating the rising of the seminal prison class infrastructure? You can blow the seminal prison class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges! I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval and I sure that shit ain't got any of my distribution charges. Fucking fascist! Did you see the film we made of San Marino jailbreak out demonstrating the seminal prison class infrastructure? You can blow the seminal prison class infrastructure. $7,500 in production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval and I sure that shit ain't got any of my distribution charges. Fucking fascist! Did you see the film we made of San Marino jailbreak out demonstrating the rising of the seminal prison class infrastructure? You can blow the seminal prison class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not goddamn distribution charges!
Man, give her the get over.
See, people of this goddamn show till we go into syndication. Come on, Lorraine, the party's in for $7,500 in production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. Take another bite of this fruitcake. And now, don't start no shit with me about giving it to 20% for all foreign Canadian distribution, and that's after agreement. The Communist Party's not gonna say nickel on this goddamn show till we go into syndication. Come on, Lorraine, the party's in for $7,500 in production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval, and I sure that shit ain't got any of my distribution charges. Fucking fascist! Did you see the film we made of San Marino jailbreak out demonstrating the rising of the seminal prison class infrastructure? You can blow the seminal prison class infrastructure out script approval, and I sure as shit ain't got any alignment to some charges. You fucking fascist! Did you see the filming at the San Marino jailway now demonstrating the rising of the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure out your ass! I'm fucking with goddamn distribution charges!
Man, give her the fucking overhead clause.
Did you see the filming at the... And that's after a government. The Communist Party's not gonna say nickel on this goddamn show till we go into syndication. Well, Lori, the party sent for $7,500 as a production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval, and I sure as shit ain't got them in my distribution charges. Fucking fat! I'm paying Metro 20% for all foreign Canadian distribution, and that's after a government. The Communist Party's not gonna say nickel on this goddamn show till we go into syndication. Well, Lori, the party sent for $7,500 as a production expense. I'm not giving it pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving it script approval, and I sure as shit ain't got them in my distribution charges. Fucking fascist! Did you see the filming at the San Marino jailway now demonstrating the rising of the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges!
Man,
The U.S. president. Who do you guys vote?
oh my God.
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, to be honest, the White Rabbi, I'm sorry, but I feel like if you would have power, you would be worse than Netanyahu. They always say you're from the Jew. White Rabbi seems to be dumb.
He's a Jew as well.
Yeah, but he became Jewish. It's not like, it's not in his ruach, it's not like his nefesh, you know, it literally he got Jewish identity a couple of years ago.
I'd like to give a message to the comedian in the audience and just want to say that being over here listening to this nonsense, you missed a moment in Chillism where Dawn said, I'll sue the fuck out of you, Beth. I'll sue the fuck out of you. And I just want to let you know that that's what you're missing over here listening to this.
What? Trash bag. What?
You know, comedian, get the fuck out of here anyways. You're recording all the time, bitch.
Oh, is he recording? Why?
He live streams, bro. He doesn't just record. He live streams on
What
YouTube.
the fuck?
Yeah, all your conversation.
Right.
Why do people have to think that you got?
It's interesting.
Listens.
I watch it current.
I do too, but I'm only the
He
only
wants
person
to
watching.
he wants to come up. Do you guys both like his
Yeah, let him work.
Yeah, it's interesting enough.
Let him? Okay.
Danny, it's amazing you drew that picture, by the way. It's just phenomenal.
And do you approve? Do you want him to go up?
Say that again.
Do you want him to go up? What do you vote? What do you vote? Yes or no? Yes or no? Quick.
Who's easy and I tell my crazy
I
bastard.
don't know. I don't know.
No, he's a
Wait,
Jew.
yes or no? Yes or no?
Did someone say he streams rooms and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking no.
What's his new channel?
You're not a capitalist. You don't support creative people trying to make money from stupid people on the internet who are racist, bigot, low IQ, dumb people. I mean, come on.
I just don't support you doing it in a dumb way. Monetize it, make it exciting, put short clips. No one's gonna watch an hour-long fucking stream of you sitting in your room listening to people talk. Make the most exciting moments, flip it into 2 minutes, post a wild title, and then I'll be happy.
Got it. So you want me to create an edit and a compression for your maximum response?
A comedian.
Precisely.
Jew. I get you.
My father's Jewish and my mother's gorgeous.
Your mom's a goy? You're patrilineal? The fuck?
I mean,
Yeah, Galilean princess. She's in love with a patrilineal Jew.
I am actually.
Comedian, do you consider yourself a Jew?
I'm a comedian. I am whoever you say I am.
Okay, now another question. You have a gold stack around your neck.
Do I have a gold sack?
Around your neck, yes.
No, I have a gold crown on my head.
Okay, that's yours.
Look, for me, to be honest, you know, this whole maternal, paternal, blah, blah, for me, it doesn't matter who is yeah, it's bullshit for me because it's like it doesn't matter who is Jewish, you still have Jewish blood in you. It's not like your fucking 50% will disappear.
Do you have Jewish blood in you?
Let me ask you something. I mean, what is 50% blood that's Jewish? How stupid can you really
Well,
be?
basically, no, but hold on. What I'm saying is like,
Well, that's what you say.
yeah, but you know when people say like,
Well, that's stupidity because 50% of blood is not Jewish. Jewish is a philosophy, you stupid fuck.
He's agreeing with you.
why are you shouting at me? I thought you wanted me a man.
Because anybody who says 50% of you can never be erased and because it's Jewish blood is a stupid person doing
Why are you
hypnosis.
mad today, Israel? Why are you mad today?
I'm not mad. I'm roasting her for being stupid. It's not about agreeing with me. I am whoever you say I am. Oh, he's Dr. Prince of Terror, the ultimate terrorist, the future jihadist and shahadist. Oh, Dr. Prince, your life is going to be a short one.
I wanted to tell him though, I do like that he's making 5-minute clips now. It's much shorter, much more palatable. Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
No, I was gonna say that for me it doesn't matter who is a Jew. For me, halas, like it doesn't matter if you have a parent that is a Jew, you are basically half.
Areas, and they again have no decorum, no respect. I talk to white trash, and they usually aren't going to try to fight over it. You really can't talk to black people, and that's or ghetto black, and that's my.
Keaton, I'm kind of curious what you believe is American culture. And the drug comment, I've lived in a lot of different areas, and I'm very familiar with drug culture in a lot of different cultures. But drugs are rampant in the middle class, lower class, upper class, different types of drugs. And, I'm really confused on what is, in your view, American culture. Because American culture, in my opinion, can vary a lot. When I lived out west, going out in the desert shooting guns, that was the culture out there. Off-roading. Now, I've lived in Chicago. That has its own culture, mix of cultures, a lot of different cultures. Right now I'm in Green Bay. Green Bay itself has, its self-culture. So, this whole thing of American culture. And I'll also say this, I used to have a lot, not as much as you, but I did have some hate. I used to have some hate, and I used to be kind of closed-minded about some things. And whether it was racism or not, I was definitely closed-minded. And I would honestly say, I'm speaking on my personal experience, I would try to do some inner work. I do feel that you probably have some hate, just like I used to. I do feel you have way more than I do. But I would try to do some self-work on yourself. Try to do the God's work. And, I'm a work in progress. I'm not perfect by all means. I'm not a saint. I'd probably never be. And the day I just say I'm a saint, you know what? That's the day I need to look back in that mirror. But I'm always trying to look in that mirror. So I would try to examine this more, where this is coming from internally.
Yes. See, check it out. The all-you-can-eat buffet is still open. Hurry up.
The fat jokes is crazy. I ain't gonna hold you. Aren't you Jewish? Is that?
I've never been ever told
Is that allowed? Is
But
it
it's
really
hilarious that you call me fat. I'm not fat.
I said large in the charge Marge. I never said the word fat
No,
one.
I mean, racist would have been go to the buffet and, don't skip the fried chicken if you're black. That would actually be racist. I don't think that Jay said anything racist.
Dude, I don't know what to give it. That's what you said. I mean, that's a physical test.
But it's not appropriate. Okay, I have never once commented on your stupid stuff. I let that be.
Oh, so now is this a fight about, we just bombed Iran. I thought this discussion was about that. Now you're trying to, come at me, attack me,
Now we're talking about the fact that you spoke
please, I thought I'm reading them.
Wait a minute, see, so wait a minute. Wait, hold on. We were talking about Iran.
It's okay.
And then Zach started talking about race.
She was leaving 10 minutes ago. She loves the attention because she'll get it.
But where is it's a fake outrage. So we were talking about Iran, then Zed starts talking about racism, and then now she wants to say, why are we not talking about Iran? So why didn't you have that conversation with Zed? This was the first person that was sitting there defending him when he was trying to pull some bullshit out of his monkey ass, making this shit about racism.
Yeah.
This shit isn't about racism.
He's not a self-hater, and he's not a self-hater.
I called you a monkey. That had nothing to do with your practice. I called you a monkey because you acted like a fucking monkey.
Don't convince me. You got it. You fucking got it.
Alright, let's move on. Daniel.
Hey, that's your man, by the way. That's your man.
So just like a few things
That's
that
the
are
one they
happening.
point to when they're like, see, black people agree with us.
Zed, can you let Daniel finish? You're 33 and you still live at home. Go ahead.
I'll be quick. Basically, I just got updates of things that are coming. So the IG is now saying now the war started. The Houthis are also starting to threaten in Israel. They moved the entire country from to basically essential workers and basically it's red alert. So they're changing the home front regulations. So that's it. That's the update.
Alright, I want to do a reset so maybe we can get back to it. Sounds like debates, guys. Have a paycheck and cash it in. Breaking news, America's liberating Iran. Guys, if you want to come up, you can see we have a very stimulating conversation tonight. Sean, if you want to come up. Naru, Alex, Tom, James, Bradley, never comes up. Alex. Oh, Sapien wants to come up. Let's see what Sapien has to say. Sapien, no name. How you doing?
Hi.
Did you want to chime in on this?
Yes. So I'm actually very pleased to hear that Trump, did what he did. It's good that we're sticking up for our ally and we're sticking up.
Is this Hampton?
That's him.
It is. I didn't. Hi, Amy.
Adams. I don't even want to go there with you right now. But
All over, Amy.
No, I'm just. We can't have Iran have a nuclear weapon. We can't, and I just don't understand these liberals in the West. And I'm a liberal, right? Just totally simping and cucking for civilizations and governments that wouldn't spit on you if you were on fire. In fact, they pour more gasoline. It's honestly really disgusting. It's just, look, I'm not a Trump fan at all. I hate him, but he did the right thing in this situation. A broken clock is right twice a day. Okay, I'm happy that we did what we did. And I think these people that are whining and bitching and moaning just need to shut up or go move to Iran since they care so much.
Wait a minute. You told me that I need therapy for agreeing with me? What the hell is going on?
No, I'm talking about some of the comments that you've been saying about, I don't even want to talk about race or anything, but you've just been saying some very interesting things about your own people, but it's not about that. It's not about that, Adam.
Alright, guys, we're not going down that lane, please. We have Parmita on stage. Parmita, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
That's in your own industry. Listen, are you lying to me?
an Israeli?
A stone.
A stone. He's picked up for throwing stones. And
A stone.
that they,
He picked up a stone.
a stone. And he threw it at an Israeli? A car?
He doesn't have to throw it. He just picked it up. And he just has to imitate it.
Your claim is he picked
That was the biggest weapon. And they picked him up and they took him.
Okay. All right.
Oh, you saw an article about this or something?
Do I have to read it? Now you want me to go ahead and read an article. You asked me for whatever. You asked me for the name. I gave you a name. You said what?
So here's
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Yeah, here's what
When did this happen?
Okay, so Suad, if you got a link to the article, post it in the chat. All right. But
When did this happen to it?
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat. You guys got the name, so you guys do your research, and we can come back to it. But there's some on the stage. Lucifer and Doc Adams. What's going on, Doc Adams? What's up, Lucifer? Lucifer. So, Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill, man?
Totally justified, bro. Totally justified.
Okay.
But I'm still right. Totally justified. But I want more. We want more. We Indians want more. We want Palestine. The reason I'm calling them Palestine is because that's what I am always calling them. Palestine. Palestine and Gaza should be raised off the map. You're doing a good job. Keep doing it.
You allow him to talk the way he is, yeah? Please, don't forget, I can speak with whatever I say.
Suad, if you don't shut the fuck up, woman, I'm gonna throw you back down in the kitchen. Shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ. So when you say that you said they need to be wiped off the map, is that what you said?
Yes. Anyone supporting terrorism,
Hold on, Lucifer, relax. What do you mean by wiped off the map?
what I mean to say is that there should be no Palestine or Gaza.
So are you talking about a group of people should be murdered?
Totally. If they are harboring terrorists, they deserve to die.
We ain't doing that, bro. We ain't doing that. I'm not advocating any calls for death to Jewish people nor Palestinian people. We ain't doing that shit here. Get the fuck out of here. Doc Adams, welcome to the stage, man. How's it going, brother?
Just a callback. I don't see any mention of this Abdul Ibrahim 10 years old in Jerusalem. I'm gonna keep looking, but I don't see it.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah, Doc Adams, welcome to the stage, brother. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill? Oh, we can't hear you, man, if you're speaking.
Hear me out.
Doc Adams. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we can hear you loud, but
Yeah, it's absolutely justified. I think that, there's going to be people that are going to bellyache and gripe from other countries in Europe, from other places around the world whose tax dollars don't have a dog in this fight. They don't have a single blood relative that lives in those areas, ever been to those regions. But, they want to have the loudest to say it. Those are usually the people that have no purpose, right? It's deeply disturbing at how much of a contrast there is between reasonable people that hold a certain sense of apprehension for supporting Israel and people who have committed themselves and their everyday, their every being, and quite frankly, their only existence on the...
But the teacher, do not interrupt. What I'm trying to say is that silence and meditation is another good piece of evidence for the existence of God, but most importantly, letters and words and numbers are the best evidence for the existence of God. I am complete. I am committed. Thank you very little. We'll call you.
Explain about that. Hold on. So, Shawnito would probably raise the argument that based on a convention and subjective notations, human beings can't come together and actually have a convention to make an alphabet, to come to numbers, to figure out what this is and what that is. Sorry, Shawnito, I want you to jump in the middle of this real quick. Like this can't be like some sort of a convention where people agree on certain things?
So it's words are just arbitrary sound symbols and gestures that we use as tools to convey, in an attempt to convey information from one mind to another, but they don't actually possess any intrinsic value or meaning. So I don't understand this whole words exist, therefore God. Like this, it just seems like really fucking dumb.
Maybe that's you projecting, Dr. Shonito. I think your haircut is dumb, but who am I? I have no aesthetic, I have no intelligence. I'm just a talking box making sounds and words to try to hypnotize you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Thank you very much, Republican. I appreciate that.
I mean, haven't you ever been in a tree with a bunch of birds and they're all chirping and you're like, okay, I would chirp too, and create some variables in the chirping, and then we have a beautiful cacophony of words and sounds and music, and then I'm like, wow, look at the stars, man, something special about all of this.
Your presentation and your arguments are very poor, by the way. So give an argument to refute what Shonito is saying.
Yeah, Shonito doesn't understand communication or language theory, and I rest my case.
Yeah. Yep, all communication is offensive, yeah, we know that.
No, my friend, all communication is comedy. You don't know the universal joke yet? You haven't figured out the riddle to the question of the Sphinx? What is the secret super answer to the question of the riddle of the Sphinx? And that will give you the answer for the best evidence of God, which is silence. Zup! I am complete.
Alright, more mumbo jumbo fucking nonsense. It's just more fucking mumbo jumbo.
In Hinduism, they call it Lake Chita, which is the silent lake that reflects the light from the moon. And the light from the moon comes from the sun, which is the light, which is Ein Sof, which is the unlimited, limitless light of the universe. This again is my best evidence for God.
Yeah, figured as much. Alistair Crowley over here.
Oh, stay fucks, he's gone.
He can come back, but it's like he's not a serious interlocutor. This is just trolling. It's just satire. I mean, I don't think you're a serious interlocutor. I mean, I can be, man. God willing, man. I've done this tons of fucking times, man.
Oh, they kicked me.
Group are more eligible for salvation than the other. If they
It's in their religion. They
no, it's their belief in God. It's their belief in
You have
God.
to break the binary. So you're talking.
Houston. And then if we treat it again in another correct way, we can make even inert material such as rock thing. We can bring inert elements alive in a way that is called AI. Just get an object, already think and logically process information the way that a living object can. And that means if the universe was sequenced in the correct possibility, then it could do the exact same thing. And if
You could. No, it's not gonna happen. And I was listing the names of Jewish billionaires and stuff. I mean, man, you know how much William Anderson gave Trump so you know how much you give Trump one person? And he said that he wants. So please don't come here and pretend. Thank you. God bless you.
Odion, I have a question for you. Iran, the war against Iran, is good for American people or not? One question, just simple for you. Just give me an answer. It's not good for American population, not for, no, I'm talking about the American population. It's good for America. It's not good for Iran. They go to strike. There's no war that's good for any population. I don't know what war is good for anyone. No, I just want to hear the answer from Odion because it looks like people, you vote for Trump to finish the war. But basically, as how we see that there is a wing that takes Trump to war, And the manga did some kind of how they try to adapt it. But the current is too strong. We are against fucking war. So I'm asking all, it's a war. If Trump he go in war against Iran, it's good for the American people or no? This is a question. I want to hear the answer.
I don't support Trump, so I don't know why you asked me that question.
Well, war is good for your economy. This is the thing, is that the country, United States, meaning the whole economy of the country is based on wars. So basically, when war happens outside your country, your economy runs. So technically, you guys should support this. But as a human, you guys should. So that's kind of the paradox living you guys have there.
No, because United States and Israel's economy are dependent on the weapons industry. You are right. But not every country is like that. There are countries that have built their economies on things other than weapons. Okay, and like, but one thing I disagree with you. Just because wars happen, they do not help all the populations of United States. Okay, the oligarchs, the people who control the bourses, they make money. Okay, the ordinary folks do not benefit from it.
Yeah, let me say this on the response to war is good for your economy. You should support war, bro. What's good for your economy is doing justice by people and ingenuity and studying and learning and figuring out ways to be creative and look out for the people and best practices, bro. Miss me with this concept. War is good for your economy. If that ain't a devil talking, I don't know what that is. That idea, that concept, war is good for your economy because you can build more weapons and McDonald's, Douglas, and Boeing, and you can be hiring employees. And bro, that divisive mindset, destruction, subtraction, miss me with that, bro. What's good for your economy is doing the right thing by people. How about that? Justice. And there's plenty to go around, and there's land that's not even being utilized yet, and there's all kind of opportunities, and you can spread out. You don't have to all just be packed in one little bitty area. What's good for your economy is do the right thing, bro. But I know that's a foreign concept to some people, especially looking at events over the last how many thousand years. But believe it or not, we're going to get to that point where it's going to be good for your economy not to be having people wanting to kill your ass because you're doing unjust things. That's not good for your economy, bro. So, recently I asked Americans that, so when there was a survey that they asked Americans about the invasion to Iran, and apparently 60% of the Americans actually they agreed that they should attack Iran. Well, nobody I know got that survey. Nobody I know got that survey. So let's take it. So here's how many people were in that survey, bro? So there's 3 million people. How many people were in that survey? I don't know, but this was from an official, source. This is not right. But this is not the case. Now here's the thing. This is what I don't get here. If this is not the case, then why does not the people of America uprise against their government? Well, because the problem is.
Subconscious self is nowadays a well-accredited psychological entity, and I believe that in it we all have exactly the mediating term required, apart from all religious considerations. It is actually and literally more life in our total soul than we are at any time aware of. Much of the content of this larger background against which our conscious being stands out in relief is insignificant. Imperfect memories, silly jingles, inhibitive timidities, dissolutive phenomena of various sorts, as Myers calls them, enter into it for a large part. But in it, many of the performances of genius seem also to have their origin. And in our study of conversion, of mystical experiences, and of prayer, we have seen how striking a part of invasions from this region play in the religious life. Let me propose as an hypothesis that whatever it may be on its far side, the more with which in religious experience we feel ourselves connected is on its hither side, the subconscious continuation of our conscious life, starting us with a recognized subconscious self is not. Starting with us with a recognized psychological fact as our basis, we seem to preserve a contact with science, which the ordinary theologian lacks. At the same time, the theologian's contention that the religious man is moved by an external power is vindicated, for it is one of the peculiarities of invasions from the subconscious region to take an object appearances and to suggest to the subject an external control. In the religious life, the control is held as higher, but since on our hypothesis it is primarily the higher faculties of our own hidden mind which are controlling, the sense of union with the power beyond us is a sense of something, not merely apparently but literally true. This doorway into the subject seems to me the best one for a science of religions, for it mediates between a number of different points of view. Yet it is only a doorway, and difficulties present themselves as soon as we step through it, and ask how far a trans-marginal consciousness carries us if we follow it on its remoter side. Here the overbeliefs begin, here mysticism, starting with us with a recognized psychological fact. Here the overbeliefs begin. Here mysticism and the conversion reaction in Vedantism and transcendental idealism bring in the monistic interpretations and tell us that the finite self rejoins the absolute self, for it was always one with God and identical with the soul of the world. Yeah, the prophets of all the different religions come with their visions, voices, raptures, and other openings supposed by each to authenticate his own peculiar faith. Disregarding the overbeliefs and confining ourselves to what is common and generic, we have, in effect, the conscious person is continuous with a wider self, through which saving experiences come, the positive content of religious experience, which, it seems to me, is literally and objectively true as far as it goes. If I now proceed to state my own hypothesis about the farther limits of this extension of our personality, I should be offering my own overbelief, though I know it would appear a sorry underbelief to some of you, for which I can only bespeak the same indulgence which is a converse case I should accord to yours. Here are the overbeliefs. The further limits of our being plunge, it seems to me, into an altogether dimension of existence from the sensible and merely understandable world, name it the mystical region or the supernatural region, whichever you choose, so far as our idealisms originate in this region, and most of them do originate in it, for we find them possessing us in a way for which we cannot articulately account. We belong to it in a more intimate sense than that in which we belong to the visible world, for we belong in the most intimate sense whatever ideals belong. Yet the unseen region in question is not merely ideal, for it produces effects in this world. When we commune with it, work is actually done upon our finite personality, for we are turned into new men, and consequences in the way of conduct follow in the natural world upon our regenerative change. But that which produces effects within another reality must be turned to reality itself, so I feel as if we had no philosophic excuse for calling the unseen, a mystical world, unreal. What the more characteristically divine facts are, apart from the actual inflow of energy in the faith state and prayer state, I know not.
In New Jersey, it's basically like we're running an attack campaign, but simultaneously really need to be equilateral with representing the real issues and the issues that you are standing for.
Mm-hmm.
So don't make it like 60-40, try to make it 50-50. You know, however many times you attack, you need to also come with the juice, you know, and be like, you know, this is who I am, this is what I represent, these issues are going on in my state that I'm going to address, and, you know, basically let people know who you are and what you stand for just as much as you do attack.
Mm-hmm.
And that, honestly, that strategy we're running right now in Jersey, so we have got like some polling that shows us we're in second place now out of 3.
Wow.
So, and we're almost at first place. So place by the end of the month with this strategy based on those numbers. So we're going to win.
That's great advice. I'm going to create an attack ad, but a credibility ad. So, it's like an introduction on why I'm the opposite of this swamp creature, essentially after the attack, and then mix it up, do a credibility, then an attack. I mean, there's a lot of ways to just keep sending the same message, but keep chopping it up and recycling it.
Did you file already and everything?
Yep, I'm all filed, and I've gotten,
Did you announce already?
Yep. I have lots of content up, and I'm attacking him daily, screenshotting his shit, reposting his shit, across multiple accounts. And I mean, I'm getting, X gives you some basic analytics, but it's not, the guy has 27,000 Instagram followers. And all these Congress people do is they're just digital content creators. That's all they fucking are. It's so sickening once you realize that they're essentially spammers. And they're credibility spammers, taking photos with cops, shaking hands with veterans. I mean, it's fucking, it's a branding optimization effort, and it's such a scam because they're bankrupting the country. And they just put together feel-good videos and pictures and make it seem like they're, patriotic Americans when they're really selling everybody down the river. So, that's the messaging I gotta put out and, communicate it. But I can do a lot of, just independent creative stuff, and audio overlays on picture montages. I mean, you never know what, the algorithm likes, but it's a question of consistency and actually being motivated to regularly create independent content, and attack him and, provide credibility to the campaign. So that's my thinking. All right, man.
Yeah, man. I think you're going to do great. Just keep it up. If you need anything, give me a call. I'm happy to support. As soon as I get this woman's information, I'm going to send it to you. And I just suggest you reach out and let her know that you got the number from the creative director of the national campaign.
Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate your help and taking the time to talk to me, and God bless. I hope you and it's Michelle, right? That's your...
No, that's Stephanie.
Oh, Stephanie. I keep mixing that up. All right, well, tell Stephanie I said hello. God bless you too, and I hope you guys have a great summer, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, man.
Okay, thanks, guys. Take care. Bye. That was good. Time to get to work. All right, everybody, go to Instagram.com/Kitover.
Definitely affects their worldviews.
Mentos, the fresh maker.
washed by Hamas. And we're talking about Western media and Eastern media both agreeing and confirming the things that you are actively trying to lie about.
Give me an example that you think I'm lying. I'm not lying, by the way. Give me an example.
Let's just go back to 57 Palestinians. Someone had put this in the chat for you, Norm. You probably want more, but let's just give this to you right now.
No, you probably want more Jews to die, but let's focus on the issue.
I'm anti-Semitic because I don't want.
Let's focus on the issue. Let's focus on the issue.
Yeah, please, because I don't want us to go to
what was the story? What was the story?
So Al Jazeera says at least 57 Palestinians starved to death under Israel's blockade to Gaza.
So what is your story? Tell us.
No. So how about, here's the thing. This is why no one respects you, Norm, because you breathe.
Many people respect me.
I'm trying to talk to you, and you're breathing over me, and you're trying to talk, but it doesn't make you fucking right.
It's an audio, man. It doesn't make you right.
It doesn't make you fucking right.
Be quiet.
Yo, if Norm gets kicked, I kicked him. I'm letting y'all know because my finger is getting close to the button. If you get kicked, Norm, I kicked you. You are out of fucking control for a long time already. You think this is the fucking Norm room? Go open up the fucking room. You hold the green bean and you let everybody else yell at you and you yell at them. And you control the fucking mics.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Go ahead, authenticate.
So I just want to make this. I just want to make this clear, right? Even if what Norm is saying is somehow true, that Iran is this, Iran is that, it doesn't negate from the fact that Israel for 20 months has been systematically genociding a group of people. So it doesn't matter if Norm goes, the oppressed, or I understand the word. I understand what is it, genocide, and I understand that these words have meaning because this is what this is. But then, because my people wants to talk about being Jewish descent or in Israel or anything like that, but failing to conflate that, and also failing to recognize that for 20 months they did exactly what they were. You can't be oppressed and be the oppressor at the same time and try to be victim here. And I think that comes up as very, very disingenuous, especially when people are sending you articles and sending him articles about people Gaza being starved, and then for all of us to be sitting here talking about the state of affairs right now and to be told that we are indoctrinated by Hamas is excuse my French, it's fucking dumb.
Why is it dumb?
Because the visual, I'll tell you, the visual doesn't appear to be the truth based off of what people can see, no? People are also viewing this with their own eyes and witnessing it.
You're looking at YouTube videos. This is not.
No, I'm not looking at. I don't watch. Listen, sir. I don't go to YouTube. I don't do the TikTok.
What's your source?
Unless I'm the star in the show. I don't watch it.
Then tell me. What's the source?
I'm watching Fox. I watch CNN.
Used by later presidents, but he's not this president discussing any of this with Congress. I don't think he needs the consent of Congress, but he needs the informal consent, I guess, of Congress. And Anson, by the way, agrees in the chat with Dominic's point. Thank you, Les.
Well, can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
And so we have to look at what the alternative is. If they have a bomb, then Iran is a much bigger problem to everybody, including the people in Iran. And if we're trying to get the Middle East stabilized, a nuclear armed Iran is the opposite of that.
Thank you, Les. We'll now go to David.
I think there's a lot of conundrums here that we're facing as a country and with regard to Trump's leadership, with regard to the way he's been hemmed in to tacitly give support to Netanyahu while at the same time pandering to the base, to the not just of the population of Iran, but their ethnic makeup. Not just them being a Muslim Persian country, but the other cultures that also exist in a place of 90 million people. And that's important to understand because from a standpoint of the language and the way the rhetoric that's being bantered about, it resonates and has similarities to the run-up to the Iraq War. And we saw how, George W. Bush spoke about this big threat, this massive threat to our security. He put Colin Powell front and center, taking this story to the UN. And we saw the disastrous outcome of that campaign. And so are we also entering into a very similar, are they setting a trap to enter into a Gulf War II here with regard to a much more, a country to be more radicalized, get the support of the other aspects of the Middle East. So, I think it's important, as much as I'm not a big MAGA supporter, I think their voice is very important with regard to checking Trump's ability to throw us into something that could have very protracted and massive consequences, not just to the loss of life to the Iranian people and the potential further destruction, or further, not destruction, but damage to the Israeli people in their country, but also to the possible displacement of Iranians, causing massive refugee situations that we've seen in the Syrian campaigns. We're seeing, obviously, the fact that there may not be the ability to do a regime change, the likes of which the Iranian people deserve. And again, I'm no fan of this regime either, Gary. This is a regime that's repressed its people, it's looted its economy, with the backroom deals with China, the shadow economy that exists there. And so there's a whole lot of reasons why this has to happen. But I think the ultimate campaign would be another potential Iran 2.0 if we don't get it right. So those are some of my talking points on that front. I mean, at the same time, we're seeing Trump call out his Tassie Gabbard, saying that Iran's not necessarily close to having a nuke. So the messaging and the talking points are kind of all over the map. That's not good for the cohesion of a big decision like this. So, I just think we need to really take a step back. I know we're already en route there on some level with regard to the massive deployment. So maybe we're sort of playing a game of wait and see here. But yes, I'd like nothing more than to see the regime toppled. The Middle East should be a lot safer with one less state actor with a nuclear weapon. But keep in mind, Gary, that a lot of these countries like Iran, North Korea, and even Pakistan, who obtained a nuclear weapon.
Watching, like, we set it off and it's just a kinder box and just bam, and it's just fireworks in ways that you can't even imagine. I can't even imagine, but those that understand that. So if you're not vested in peace at all, and it's going to be your way or no way, well then yeah, come on, Trump, help back us, man. You got our back, just like Winston Churchill. You got our back, we're just going to keep doing this, man. But meanwhile, the 90 percentile, probably 95 percentile of the earth is like, bro, we're not going to just sit back and watch this, and we know who the exact actors are that are pushing this. That's going to play out, bro. If any of us live to see it, I don't know. Well, none of us know what's going to happen tomorrow, tonight, 5 hours from now, 10 minutes from now. But Trump might decide to do it. Somebody just said there, the troops are being deployed or something. Somebody just mentioned something. I can catch it on doing something. But the point is, bro, once it goes to a certain place, you can't pull it back. That's the whole point, bro. And everybody's going to say it wasn't worth it. Whatever, however you're trying to rationalize it, it wasn't worth it. And the causation will be, Netanyahu, you set that shit off, bro. Your fear, you're scared. They hadn't done anything, but you went ahead and pushed them like you pushed all the other people around you in Israel. And now you went over here and hit them, and they say, okay, but we were trying to be real peaceful. We watched what you did to our cousins, and we didn't even come and unload our shit on you like we could have, man. But now you took that kindness for weakness, and now you're over here fucking with us, gonna try to do the same shit. And the world is saying, bro, it's going to be way more complicated than that.
What troops are being deployed?
Australia. Yeah, that was just an argument that people have to actually.
That's amazing. Your word was moving also the 52 people. That's amazing. That's a fucking amazing answer, you know. We do what we want. We have control of the most powerful country in the world and the most powerful army in the world. This is his answer. That's fucking shocking, man. That's fucking shocking, man. I can't believe that. You tell me that you're going to open the box of Pandora with support of the United States and put the United States in another fucking shitty hole that no one knows where it's at. And why? Because of the fucking Israel. Because of the fucking Benjamin Netanyahu that he won't escape from the prison because he's corrupted and we have to keep him in power. How we can keep him in power? He come out and he say, the son of Israel, we're gonna fight the Shia. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Are you fucking kidding me, man? What has to do the American people with the fucking Iranian and population? What you know about Iranian people? How many people live in Iran? How many kind of ethnic live in Iran? Dismantle Iran. You open the box of Pandora. That's not gonna be peace in this land. Never ever anymore. And I don't think that Trump is stupid so much because he went to the situation and he had a meeting with how's he called it? Secretary. We have this country, Saudi Arabia, Emirates Arabic, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait. This family will be exterminated. They will run away because this army will be dismantled. Why? Because Iranian symbol fermented oil repay American base there. Because moving the B2, the strategic bomb that has to be militarized, moving the B2 means the group to go to the direction of Iran, China, and Russia. They will figure it out, and Iran they will figure it out. So fighting against the Houthis, you fucked up because they hate Nimitz, they hate Roosevelt, they hate all of this, and in the end, Trump he want to make peace with the Houthis. That is part of Yemen. That when they done it in the Red Sea, they fucked it up and around all Europe and the world. And now we go to fight with the fucking Iran, man. And you understand that? So we're gonna expect it because basically the Houthis with all the video that.
I'm pretty sure you're the ones who are going to be wearing it like in a week. Why don't they let you out though? Why are you guys running in boats, like fleeing in boats? Why are you being used as human shields, man? Just leave. If you want to leave, just leave.
Like, someone tell him that not everyone here is Arab, first of all. Like, get some I don't know, read a book, history, you know her?
He doesn't know how to read, that's the problem.
See, that's how you know that their problem.
He just runs his mouth all day.
Their problem is the Arabs and Muslims. That's what their problem is.
Oh, well, they can't do anything about it.
You can say that, yeah.
2 billion and counting. Come on, stop us.
No, it's 6 billion.
6 billion?
Yeah.
You mean 6 million?
No.
10 million?
No, shut up, don't get me say that shit. 6 million is a lucky number.
200?
You know when I actually buy my lottery tickets? Seriously, all jokes aside, my favorite number is number 6. Not because of 6 million, just because, 6. Hint.
لا يسمش ترجمة بني زماننا مشون يلا فاهم.
چطوری هذا؟
موجی یه میگن که ایران پیروز میشه و میگن که باران هستن اینا و هیچ وقت همیشه پشت ایران رو میکنن و
a big fan in Cody, you don't care. Yeah. I mean, Cody will take care.
Very good. Thanks.
I told you.
Really Lui بسیار قویه و این کارو و نمیمونه اینا رو که بخوان پروازه بیارن. ایران بوده است و خواهد بوده. میمونه.
What was saying, no one like El Normo can like exist like, you know, just trying to whatever, be the way he is.
Yeah, he's dreaming about tearing Iran apart. But he's failed already.
Iran was, is, and will be. Mujib has repeated that a few times.
Of course.
So sad. But...
He seems to forget who Iran is. They're the Persians. And remember what the Persians did to him no more?
We had an empire. Are you ready? Are you ready, El Normo? With your lion? With your little circus lion? I have been very inspired by El Normo's lion. Today I have decided to become vegan. That's so cheap of you, Mom.
Linda, I don't cash in your pay ticket, Pepe, and join in the month. Okay, I'll join. Just join. Yeah, no, I think you actually hold a very popular opinion. I'm far, when it comes to Iran, I'm extremely hawkish. I don't like war, but when you have a regime that all they do is sponsor terror, you gotta do something about it. You just gotta do something about it. I mean, I appreciate your opinion. In fact, if it was anybody other than Iran, I would probably agree with it. Fair enough.
I think Trump was fooling them on that last meeting. He gave them 60 days. They hit him on day 61. And then he put out that thing on Truth Social saying that Israel had a lot of U.S. weapons, they knew how to use them, and they're going to get a lot more. So, I mean, I don't know what people thought, but Trump was asking for the regime to submit completely and give up their program so that they could just...
It did. That would be a good thing, and that's why this conversation is on the table right now. Should we or should we not? But let's not discount it because we haven't done it for North Korea. That was a mistake, acknowledged by everyone. And now the question is, can we or should we pursue what we're trying to pursue with Iran? My perspective is obviously yes. If you look at what Israel did in Syria in 2007, attacking their nuclear facilities, if they didn't, the Arab Spring of 2010, Syria would have had nuclear weapons, and who knows what the world would have looked like today. So that's a positive example for intervention. And what happened with the regime in Syria a few months back? Successful regime change, successful so far, because Israel talked with Hezbollah. The Syrian regime lost their proxy, Iran as well, and it was toppled, and hopefully now we have a friendlier regime there. Not great, it's Syria, it's ISIS, but friendlier to the US and even to Israel. So proper regime changes are possible. Syria is a great example, and I'd love to hear that perspective color the conversation about Iran, and should we or should we not do that?
Okay, can I jump in here, please?
Go ahead, I'll go. That's my favorite.
Yeah, this talk of regime change, I keep hearing it every time, and I'm asking myself, like, another one? Regime change in Afghanistan, how did that go? Where are we today?
And Iraq.
Regime change.
800 feet, take exit 85, fry 75 north.
Yes, I'm on 975 might not, but Iran.
Take exit 85.
Let me shut the GPS so it keeps interrupting me every time. But again, regime change in when I said Afghanistan, how did that go?
So it didn't succeed in Afghanistan. It won't succeed in
I did not interrupt you, sir. I did not interrupt you, sir. Please, you might.
No, so what? So what?
I didn't interrupt.
Okay, it didn't work in Afghanistan. So
oh my God! You see, this is my problem. Why don't you just keep quiet and let me finish?
Answer my question.
When I finish,
Hold up, Swifty. You about to take a swift one outside of here, so chill out.
Okay. I mean, so all the regime change, how did those ones work? And we keep hearing this story about, Syria were trying to develop, nuclear weapons. Iran has, according to what we've been hearing, Iran has been 2 weeks from developing nuclear weapons since like 2011 or 2020 or 2012, or close to like 10, 20 years now. They've been 2 weeks away from developing nuclear weapons, and they still have bad nuclear weapons. So, I mean, this all stories every time. I mean, let's slow down on these stories and let's just be factual and tell the truth. Let's not be factual and tell the truth. Thank you. Let me just stop it there for now so that I don't get this.
So, Uncle, because it didn't work in Afghanistan, it means that it won't work in Iran? Are they same countries? Are they same people, Uncle?
Okay, yes, in Iran. Okay, let's talk about Iran. Let's talk about Iran now. Let's focus on Iran. Okay, let's focus on Iran right now. So, where did the beef between Iran and the US start?
Again, what?
I'm asking you, the beef between Iran and US, when did it start?
The what?
The beef, the fight, or the disagreement, or the
with our embassy.
I don't know what beef means. Okay, let's compare. Now, the original beef between Iran and US started when Iran tried to nationalize their oil way before 1979. So after they tried to nationalize their oil, the Americans were not happy, the British were not happy. They brought in the Shah. The Shah gave oh my goodness. Can you?
This beef is with this government, the IRGC, the Iranian.
Oh my God.
Norma, shut up.
That's what they keep doing every time.
Swifty and Norma, chill out.
That is what they keep doing every time. They tried to nationalize their oil. The Americans were not happy about it, brought about regime change. The Shah were there for a long time. I mean, everything was going smoothly before you knew.
I'm saying this because James has every right to travel in an Uber Black. James has every right to travel in private transportation. Like, what do they want? They want him to live like a total schlep and not have any, private security and get shot?
Laura, stand by. RC, you got about 30 seconds before I go to Christian Hartzog. Go ahead, RC.
Hey, look, I think that those are all very important issues Laura brings up, but I think this issue that you bring up also in the documentary of federal informants being investigating Project Veritas, the feds being involved in Project Veritas. We know about you being, raided by the FBI, but there's still information that the DOJ could release about exactly what the feds did to Project Veritas. You have to understand, when journalists are investigated by feds, it creates a chilling effect. It's a core issue, and it matters not only because of public trust in media, but it's literally a constitutional issue. So look, I'm challenging Pam Bondi at this time to release all information she has about the feds, the Joe Biden federal government investigating Project Veritas. I think she
Yes, thank you, RC. That's a great point. I'm going to make that point every single show I do until this is unredacted. They redacted every single word for RC is referring to of the probable cause, that is the justification for the search warrant against myself, Eric Cochran, and Spencer Meats. And while they dropped the case in February, the FBI dropped the case about the diary and the raid against me, and there's no criminal investigation. They redacted every word. We need that unredacted. We believe were confidential Fed informants at Project Veritas. Oh, and by the way, it's a crime to lie to the FBI. So whoever lied to the FBI about the fact that we committed a crime, we're committing a felony. Hey, maybe that's why they hate me so much. It's people tend to project onto you. But we're going to go to Christian Hartzog. Christian, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. My question for you is this. Do you think it's okay for Matt Tiamat to say things like, quote,
cum-guzzling dumpster to my current chief technology officer? Do you think it's okay for Angela Martinez to steal medical records from an innocent woman? And do you stand with the individuals after they sexually harassed me, sent me pictures of semen covered on a sandwich, counter-imposed dildos in my mouth, and board members co-investing in medical companies? What is your comment on that behavior, Christian Hartzog?
No, they know exactly how I feel about that, about those texts. And but you know me. I've been friends with you for 15 years.
Wait, hold on a second. Define friend. Define friend.
No. You want me to answer, or are you going to talk over me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I remain friends with everyone. For the same reason I remained friends with you after you tried to lure Abby Boudreaux onto a boat full of dildos and condoms and chocolate strawberries and sex toys for God knows what fucking reason and lied to me about it when all she wanted to do was get on the set of Landry Dance and film me directing it. I stayed friends with you. You made a public humiliation of me and I stood by you. Scott Zamos called me, invited me down to Sunset to go on CNN and distance myself from you and say I knew nothing about this, which was true. You totally blindsided me. I knew absolutely nothing about it. But I said, no, James, you're too late. James already called me and apologized, and he's my friend, and I will stand by him. And I always stood by you. I continue to stand by you. I never stopped considering myself your friend. Where I stopped short is being willing to lie to the public for you, which is exactly what you were doing. When you claimed that you were ousted, which you are still lying. Why are you lying about that?
So can you answer
No, I'm not done. I'm not done.
So this is not your show. We're gonna cut your mic. Mute the mic, please. Mute the mic, Christian. Christian, I'm happy to have a conversation with you, but this is not your show, and I asked you a question. I asked you a question about the board members co-investing in companies and their conflicts of interest. Are you willing to have a conversation with me about the board members of Project Veritas terminating James O'Keefe? Are you willing to talk about that? Yes or no? You can unmute Christian's mic. It won't be a monologue of you spouting about random stuff from...
What do you mean random stuff, James?
I'm asking you a question about the board...
You can be a lawyer, but calling him for having 3 hours or 20. Oh, Miss Mill answered me. I just looked in the chat. Sorry.
But can I answer this? I ain't trying to be popular. You in it, bitch.
Somebody in the chat answered it. So he didn't even have to do it. Somebody in the chat, Miss Mel, answered it for me.
What did she say?
She said, let me scroll back up. She said, you said you don't need a weapon for daily court. Yeah, that's what she said. So he couldn't answer that. And he's a lawyer. I could have told you that.
So full of shit, nigga.
Yeah, I just know different laws. States have different laws. And she said he was in Texas, so I was wondering what the laws are.
charges. I'm not giving the secretary a piece of my show. I'm not giving this approval, and I sure as shit ain't letting them rely distribution charge. You fucking fascist! Did you see us going in the San Bruno jail right now, demonstrating the rising of the Seminole prison class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prison class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges!
And give her the fucking overhead clothes.
Did you see us going in the San Bruno jail right now, demonstrating the rising of the Seminole prison class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prison class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution process! Did you see us going in? And that's after a movement. The Communist Party's not on stage to 11 this goddamn show until we go into syndication.
Well, Lorraine, the party said for $7,500 in production expense.
I'm not giving this pseudo-insurrectionary secretary a piece of my show. I'm not giving a script approval, and I sure as shit ain't letting them air my distribution charges. Fucking fascist! Did you see us going in the San Bruno jail right now, demonstrating the rising of the Seminole prison class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prison class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges!
Geotagging on Instagram, and the guy who I'm running against, Darren LaHood, he definitely knows that, you know, I'm running and that I'm targeting him on X and these other platforms and shit posting him, and, you know, calling for his Doge. But this woman today, she called me, and she's from this nonprofit in Washington, D.C. called Term Limits. And so she asked me to sign a term limit, guarantee. And so I said, send me Darren LaHood's signature that he signed. And he signed it. And he's been in office 10 years. So he's overextended himself by 4 years already. And so I just posted that. If you had X, you could see it. But I'm roasting him now for violating his own oath of term limits of three terms. So anyways.
Yeah, but it's a game. It's a politician. They all fucking lie. They all go.
Who's gonna give it up?
Recognition and it's hard to be an incumbent.
Yeah, I mean, you get a nice pension out of it, but the thing is, it's like, man, Illinois is so fucked up.
What are your 5 main things that you want to do if you get the authority of that chair?
I mean,
what are your 5 main? Don't be Kamala Harris and tell me like, well, the bus and the Venn diagrams and don't be that. Tell me what you want as your 5 main policies if you get the authority to do so.
I mean, that's like asking me if I was made king of the world or president, like what would I do? I mean,
What is the authority of the position that you're getting? Do you think that there's authority in it, or do you think it's just like, you sit there and wait to represent?
Well, one of your authorities is the credibility of creating content underneath the official position. So, for example, Google, Facebook, YouTube, etc., they can delete you if they think you're spam. But if you're an elected official, you're no longer considered spam, and they're actually legally obligated, to uphold your freedom to distribute information. So that's one of the amazing things that happens when you actually win an elected office, because now you're an official of the public. But I mean, the policies obviously.
I get it. All right, so verified accounts, cool.
Exactly. But listen, the whole thing is to just go to us.clock.org and look at the largest line items on the budget and know that if we keep spending
I'm
this way.
talking about your position for the chair you're running for.
Yeah, I'm telling you what the communication is that I would put out. I mean, but the power is really just budgets and acts. So it's all about essentially establishing budgets and submitting those packages to the Federal Reserve. That's what they're doing.
What is the budget for your district, per annum, typically?
Well, that's all in the townships. Like the congressional representative doesn't establish the budgets of the townships or the cities in his district.
Oh, you're running for rep. I thought you said Senate.
Oh no. I should
Never mind.
I'm gonna file for Senate next time. I'm filing for Senate next time. Do you know how long?
Never mind.
Doc, do you know how long it took me to file for Congress? 15 minutes. That's all it takes. Is 15 fucking minutes.
People run for president as Darth Vader. No shit.
Well, I was just it's just flummoxed. It blows my mind that, in fact, you should just run every single cycle. There's no downside to submitting your name to the FEC website for 15 minutes. It's like, that shit should be on auto for a lot of people. I mean, this is so ridiculous. Nobody runs, man. There's nobody even interested in this shit, and it's the biggest game there is. And that's the weirdest thing that blows my mind is, how am I the only person that filed to run? It's so fucking cringe.
The problem is, like, you know, I think America is starting to hyper-focus on the people that actually want to be public servants rather than the ones that are trying to milk the system the way that you just described.
But the system has been milked. There's no milk left. It's totally bankrupt.
There's always some titty said the kitty, but the milk was...
You addressed it when you used the term what was it, mayonnaise monkey? Right?
Yeah.
Now you and I understand what that means. But they did it so they
they're full of shit.
you out.
They're full of shit.
You out, and I think you got butter.
They are the type of people who will pretend that they don't know the meaning. I learned that fucking word from them calling white people mayonnaise monkey. And whether it's theater or you're honest, I don't care either way, because like I say, it's good content. But, you know, you hold these rooms where Othello and CO and Nye's okay, but, you know, even the good...
Othello never got agree with me.
No, but the whole fucking... They got Nye and CO running cover for them, mutant people, inmate, all these fucks trying to kick people, and then Othello and everybody, you know, I mentioned that I had 2 black kids who were seniors in high school at least attacked me with car antennas when I was 14, and they called me the word nigger 1,000 times as they did it. And all those bitches did was laugh and chuckle and go, oh, you lost the fight. Oh, you lost the fight. Right? Meanwhile, all they do is sit up on this stage talking a gang of shit about white people. And then, you know, every little oppression that anyone ever in the history of the world, not just black people, Native Americans or black, these motherfuckers started talking about how we genocided the buffaloes. How the fuck do you genocide an animal? Like, that's a term. Like, these people are out of control, and this shit just gets let slide when you have guys like CO and Nye and that stuttering prick Hakima, and you have the whole
He was never
fucking
last night Hakima was mod and he modded some random woman and she removed everyone, even Randy. Like, what does Randy...
Sarah, was I there for that?
No.
Okay.
But that guy King, he does that when you're not around too. He hates white men.
Fucking A.
He likes me though. Huh?
No, I'm agreeing with you, Sarah.
That King guy, he's very nice to me.
And then
He hates white men. He kicks them off the stage.
They'll be kicking the shit out of all the white people on stage, and then Jay will chime in. But I'm one of the good ones, right? And they'll go, yeah, you're cool, JB. Anyway, this cracker over here, blah 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 blah. It's like, what the fuck, Jay? I mean, it's good content. Oh.
Hey, you know, you keep it there. Hold on, Bobo, please, respectfully.
Can you is my microphone okay, or is it fucked up?
I'm having a conversation with Mike. I don't know. Do you want to join in the conversation so you don't know what anything about or no?
No, I'm interested in listening to the conversation. It was just a simple question.
Okay, can I finish what I'm saying here? And then the mic. Thank you. So Mike, you keep saying it's good content, but you have these side little comments that it's not good content. So here's my thing, bro. I know if you agree with me every day, you decline. Then you come in here and you fucking cry like a little bitch. If you don't like my space, Mike, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm right as the mail. How you doing?
I'm just chilling.
very nice, JB. Mike, you're a great human being.
I don't need your approval, Ricky.
You have my approval, JB.
Hey, JB, I stuck up for you.
Ricky, don't get jealous, okay? I have enough for
when everyone on the app started saying, when did Jay become Jewish? Is he faking being Jewish? I always thought he was Italian. I took up for you. I said, if that's the case, JD would be the first Italian in the history of the world.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? That I didn't know he was Jewish then. Why would I said this, Roger and I had a conversation the other day. Why would I pick the one group in the world that gets the most smoke and the most hate? Listen, I'm a lot of things, I'm not dumb. Why would I select the one group and every group in the world that gets the most fucking hate and say, I'm part of that group? Yeah, I think I'm not that fucking dumb.
Alright, back to the conversation. I'm gonna go to the audience.
Thank you.
In a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. Instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all.
who inflicts pain on innocent and harmless persons will soon come to one of these 10 states. He will have cruel suffering, loss, injury of the body, heavy affliction, or loss of mind, or a misfortune coming from the king, or a fearful accusation, or loss of relations, or destruction of treasures, or lightning fire will burn his houses, and when his body is destroyed, the fool will go to hell. Not nakedness, not plaited hair, not dirt, not fasting or lying on the earth, not rubbing with dust, not sitting motionless, can purify a mortal who has not overcome desires. He who, though well dressed in fine apparel, exercises tranquility, is quiet, subdued, restrained, chaste, and has ceased to find fault with all other beings.
Improving the race, and improving the race is whitening your descendants so that they don't fall the racism and white supremacy that black people befall. So yes, that's a clear example of that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Keegan, Michael, and then for Luke. Keegan?
Oh, that's Keegan.
Yeah, what I wanted to say was, I hear about race science, right? I hear that white people, and Asians and Latinos, they all have this racist race science. I did not know anything about race science until I got to Clubhouse, and I heard many, many black people say, "You are a white man who you didn't evolve like the black man from Native. You came from the Caucasus Mountains. You were Neanderthals and cavemen. That's why you act completely different. You don't have melanin in your skin like we do. Our melanin's our power, and that's how we're compassionate human beings, right? All I hear is all these crazy theories, race science, like Abraham been saying. This is what I hear. That's what I hear all the time. It's just about how white people are actually devils. That we didn't evolve like black people. We're completely different. And then we are. But that's called race science. And the idea that then white people said, okay, if we're going to do race science, let's study IQs. Well, who convinced what an IQ actually is? That's a social contract that's made up by white supremacy to make black people dumber. Okay, all right, you win. What do you want us to do here? When a white supremacist says black people are inferior to us because of this, and this, based off of getting a
Yeah, so if I can correct the the branches of science that study Neanderthal DNA within Europeans is evolutionary biology, anthropology, and archaeogenetics. So that's not race science. That's really
Wait a second. Guys, Nye CEO is going to be running for a few minutes, so if you call me, I'm not going to be able to answer.
Oh, can I go next, JB?
You got JB.
Rich said, JB said Keegan, then Rich.
Rich, just go, because he's not going to shut up until he goes.
No, I was just going to correct something. With the Varna ancient Vedic framework categorized society in four main classes. I mean, this is just something that existed before colonizers showed up in India. Also in East Asia and China and stuff. Anybody that was darker skinned was considered lower skilled, lower class workers because they would get more dark from working in the rice paddies and rice terraces. Also, MJ, what you said is factually inaccurate because, no, it's not factually inaccurate, but it's like your narrative is, 2021 Princeton, what's his name? Lou Cho from Princeton University in 2021 showed that there's Neanderthal DNA in all humans on Earth, not just whites. So,
well, we know that it's predominant. It's more predominant within your.
Yeah, you still got it in your DNA,
populations. Sure, I mean, this is not a purity thing, but the person.
Well, the original argument 15 years ago was only
Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to speak. It's okay. I didn't interrupt you. The previous person said this was a part of race science. The discussion of
Neanderthal DNA within Europeans. And I had to clarify that it's not race science. I had to give them the actual measures of science, which this is actually studied. And there is a stronger prevalence of Neanderthal DNA within Europeans, and I don't think that's arguable. I think that's
It's like 1.2 to 1.6%. So it's 1.2 amongst Caucasian, or 1.6 amongst Caucasians, and 1.2 amongst the rest of the world. So
No, actually, it's
0.4%, Princeton University, 2021.
It's up to 2% for Europeans, up to 3%.
It's 1.6 and 1.2.
No, it's 2% for Europeans.
It's 4% different.
No, it isn't. It's literally.
Just type in Neanderthals, Princeton University, 2021.
Well, some of us live in our own individuals.
It's not even important. Why is that even important?
We're all Neanderthals, I agree.
Don't forget, guys, the Neanderthal came out of Africa.
Don't even come out of
And
Africa.
you guys have 19%, and you have 19% of, so you guys are also mixed with 19% with an archaic hominid.
Thing of technology. So, when we find out that we are electronic echoes of ourselves, being perpetuated through the ages, we should come to the astonishing conclusion that that's what we already are. Only we have to do it again ourselves in order to realize it. Considered as artificiality, in the light of the realization that there really is nothing artificial. So you might say the distinction of the artificial from the natural is a very artificial distinction. That the constructs of human beings are really no more unnatural than bees' nests and birds' nests and constructs of animal and insect beings. They're extensions of ourselves. So then, what about the situation when it arises that we are all computerized? That no one is hidden? I want you to notice something already about the Bell Telephone Company. They have a regulation whereby you cannot switch your telephone off. You may have an extension in the house and you may switch that off. But you may not switch off your main phone. And if you leave it off the hook, it starts screaming after a while. They project that not many years hence, the ordinary telephone will disappear and every individual will carry around with him a thing about the size of the old pocket watches. One side of it will be a TV screen and a speaker. The other side of it will be a set of buttons, over which you just place your finger to activate them. You will be able to dial world information, who will give you the number. The ordinary telephone will disappear, and every individual will carry it around. And if you leave it off the hook, it starts screaming after a while. They project that not many years hence, the ordinary telephone will disappear, and every individual will carry around with him a thing about the size of the old pocket watches. One side of it will be a TV screen and a speaker. The other side of it will be a set of buttons, over which you just place your finger to activate them. You will be able to dial world information, who will give you the number of any given individual. If he doesn't answer, he's dead. So under such circumstances, absolutely no one can get lost. And then you see, as this moves on, let me develop some of its further possibilities. People like Toynbee and McLeod have noted that as technology progresses, the equality of what they call serialization. And this is connected with Teilhard de Chardin's doctrine of peduncles. Peduncles aren't exactly relatives. And we have to understand first the doctrine of peduncles.
here it is. Here is a globule. It might be an amoeba, or it might be oil in water suspended. And this globule is going to separate. First it does this. Then it does this. Then it does this. And then it does this. See? Now, these things here are carrying around with him a thing about the size of the Latin root pes, pedis, meaning a foot. Some sort of protrusion out of the globular body. So notice then that the production of a peduncle here in the form of a connecting neck and here in the form of little tails when the neck is broken, that in the course of the development, when we reach this stage, the peduncles have disappeared.
When I interrupt, no, don't tell me how I should speak. Again, a genocide,
I want to talk about points.
Are you controlling how I speak? Are you controlling how I speak?
I'm trying to talk with him. Norman required him to let him finish and then respond to what he has to say. Come on. I'm asking him. I'm talking with him.
You control
what he's saying first. He just wants to finish what he's saying. I know we're talking to him. I can't hear not talking. Everybody calm, no yelling. So W, you want to stay on the genocide point?
Again, I'm addressing the point we made in the last area. I'm telling you all the lie. When I finish, let me focus. Let me. Oh my goodness. Let me finish. Are you controlling the conversation? Can I speak or not?
I had to move.
You had to.
Hold on a second.
Okay, let me.
Hold on a second. I had to move no more. I'm not doing that.
Thank you, King. You are the King. Thank you.
I love you, Norman. I love Norman.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to say the point. This guy, he was making a lot of lies earlier. He's going to give me one. I mentioned only one. I'm going to mention a few. He said that the Hamas is what? They're committing genocide. First thing, an attack, if a man or a woman or individuals commit a crime, it's a crime. It's not genocide. If Hamas want to commit a genocide before they have done that long time ago, what Israel is doing, they are doing genocide in Palestine. Why I say that? They are killing innocent babies. How many babies have died? They are destroying homes. They're killing mothers, hospitals. And he's saying they are targeting what? They are targeted because the Hamas are hiding them. That's not true. People are living there. They are doing live recording there. They are being killed in their own home. There's no warning even given to them. So these thousands of people are lying again. And also, yes, I do agree that Hamas are doing an action. I disagree with it. The Shia in Yemen, for example, the Houthis, I disagree what they're doing. Even they're killing the Yemeni people in my country. I disagree. However, my question is for the Israeli people. Okay, do you agree what's happening in Palestine? I said myself, I'll make it clear, I'm against any crime. But the Jews, they're not holding responsible for their action. They're not holding responsible for their action. It's okay, we're gonna support Israel. And even they are watching the news. It's not just propaganda, it's true news, it's live. People are living there. People are reports, how many reports are being killed? How many reports are being killed? Check. People are reporting they're being killed. So how many people, thousands of people are being killed? And you don't care. You don't have to be a Muslim. You don't have to be a Christian. Be a human at least. Be a human. Imagine your own daughter. If I ask this let me ask this to a last question. Ask this to the Israeli people. Imagine if this happened to your country in Israel. Do you agree with it? If example, if Hamas got forbid this, I disagree, comes and start bombing the schools and you're hiding there. Do you agree they should bomb the schools and bomb the hospital? Do you agree with that? 100% or 99% they will say no, they don't like it. But in Palestine, they don't care. They want to take control of the country. They want to demolish it.
I 100% agree.
It's like two children sitting in the backseat poking at each other, and America's the mom, and we have to turn around with the goddamn switch at this point because we're not.
Damn, somebody had boomed the room. Somebody boomed the room.
Be devastated by
Somebody boom the room.
Probably just Tehran would be devastated by the nuclear fallout. But all I'm going to say, I wish Scotty was here because he's called it hyperbole when I call this the level of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And if you look at Mike Huckabee's text that Trump just released, Mike Huckabee is comparing it to the decision of Truman and Hiroshima, which I would actually have to agree. It's actually somewhere.
So, but we don't do that. We actually send the money overseas to the World Health Organization, to the United Nations, to Ukraine, to Israel, to even Russia. I mean, all you have to look is what the State Department sends the money out to. It's so crazy what we do. We literally go to work every day to send our money overseas to foreign governments and NGOs. I mean, taxpayers should literally be revolting right now at every IRS and Federal Reserve and congressional office there is. We have been getting scammed and fucked hard 25 years. They sold out 50 years of your future. I mean, that's what they've done. Everybody should technically have a surplus at this point. Everybody should be born in this country with a $600,000 credit to go to college and have a down payment on a house. No, you're born into perpetual debt now in this country.
I mean, with the foreign, with U.S. aid and all those other things, I don't know, this is just a conversation talking, but is there any arguments to be made about the footprint, the foreign policy footprint that we have, and especially what we're doing now is shrinking our footprint, right? And that obviously means that other world powers are going to step in, be it China or Russia or whatever, right? So was there just no value in those things and they were mistaken, or is this truly just a correction of something that...
Why is China going to start footing the bills? Why is Russia going to start? Nobody wants to foot other countries' bills. These were bribes. These were payoffs.
Okay. I mean, I know that China's investing in heavily in Africa, for example. I know that there's other third world countries that are going to be... If the United States is not providing aid to these countries, just basically thinking that China or Russia is going to step in. Whatever form that is. Now, it could be a good thing, and we can say, hey, that's not our taxpayers' problem. At the same time, though, there is a growing influence outside of America with that. So, if it's a calculated, hey, we're cool with it, but just keeping that in mind.
I know, but paying for DEI weather climate change testing in Nigeria is not a priority of taxpayers in any city in the country. I mean, it's again what we were spending the money on. We weren't building some heavy shipping container in the west coast of Africa that we owned and operate, or rebuild some type of new Panama Canal. I mean, these are terrible investments. You got to look at the ROI and the cost benefits analysis. The Democrats were doing funding fake education nonstop. All this DEI bullshit is education business. It's a scam. It's a fraud. It's theft. I mean, there are no arrests. One person has been arrested, some federal judge who obstructed some Venezuelans' deportation. That's it. We want arrests for fraud, for waste and abuse. I mean, Doge has uncovered supposedly $650 billion in waste. And losers were like, when are we going to get a Doge check? You know, you think you're going to get some $5,000 check from the government? No, just cut the income tax. Get rid of the IRS. Open America up for business on a way that has never been seen before. Build a super city here. Build a new city in Colorado, a new city in California, a new city in Illinois, a new city in Georgia. I mean, open the country up in the way that Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi does business. They are open for business. This country is run by clown people, and you know it, I know it. And every single time you see a congressperson on television quacking like a clown, I can't fucking believe that people keep voting for these people. So clearly, it's some type of a psychological communication hypnosis. Because basically, all these congresspeople, all they are is content creators. They are digital creation entrepreneurs. That's all they are. That's all they do. They're in the communications business. And we have to get wise to the fact that they're essentially nothing but lobbyists doing everything that Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Google, Comcast, AT&T, Verizon tells them to do. They have millions of dollars in the bank. The leadership from the parties pass the money down to them, and whoever votes yes gets the money based on seniority and other special factors. So you have to vote the person. People don't like Thomas Massey right now because he's voting no on the big, beautiful bill. But you have to vote for people like Thomas Massey. The money has to be, if we're going to create fake money, we have to spend it efficiently. And I think everybody has to agree with that.
Well, if we're talking about spending, we listen. I mean, I guess you guys are aware of the credit downgrade that just happened. And
Professional now, is it?
White Knight at the Improv just killed that shit.
God damn it.
You don't ever go try to do stand-up,
I used to MC it. I used to introduce comics in a small bar in Duluth, Minnesota. And I was never funny.
Duluth, Minnesota, and Tom is on an angle sliding into a lake. How the fuck do those people even live there?
It's sliding into a lake. It used to be a good spot. It used to be a good spot for rotation. But my boss was, I was a bartender, but my boss was too stingy to actually hire a opener. So I didn't open. And I was like, I don't know how to do comedy. Is actually you have to learn, you have to research how to fucking do it.
Yeah, I had a friend that did comedy. I was with him from the beginning and shit, and the whole process of that shit is it's not easy, bro. You gotta sit down, then you gotta do that shit in front of people.
It's hypnosis. It's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes of hypnosis. That's all it is.
So actually, what I did was I would tell the first comedian is there something I would actually be I'm not a comedian. I'm not a comedian. So if I could do something stupid that sets you up to do better, let me know. And so I would go to the first comedian who usually only had 15 or 30 minutes because he's the opener, right? And I would say, is there something I can do that will set you up for your shit? And most times they'd be like, nah, man, just go read the specials and the drinks and introduce the comic. But some people would be like, if you go and say this, if you go up there and say this and act like a fucking idiot, then when I go up, I'll roast you for the first 3 minutes and I'll start with fire. And that was the best thing. So I'd go up, they tell me, go up there and talk about trying to bring a MILF home from the bar you work at and say these things. And I would say those things. And then they would come up and be like, this motherfucker has never brought anybody home from, you know what I mean? They would grill me in the first 3 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, they'll use the material. That's dope.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't care. I'm not trying to be a comedian. I don't care if I look like an idiot up there. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just getting a paycheck.
See, he's setting up a roast. So technically, a roast is like a genre category of comedy, which is universal. And I think that's what this app technically is. It's mostly people shitting on each other and roasting each other, or at least that's the way I like to use the app, is to set up these roast rooms.
It better be. I don't believe you. It doesn't matter what you call it.
Hey, Adrian, you should try Ever tonight, bro.
Someone's about to die. Run! Run!
Adrian, this funny.
Welcome to another episode of Say Something Interesting, starring Benji, the Observer, the most powerful puppet master in the universe.
So you are now allowed to leave the game again. Jeremy, why did you run down, man? You blocked me out, but to come on stage and play the game.
Are you afraid
usual setting of Canadian stupidity.
Hey, not for nothing.
Everyone has to play the game, Jeremy.
Hey, Adrian.
Who's Adrian?
I think he's talking to me.
Yeah, I'm talking about Doge.
Nah, Doge is funny as fuck.
Hey, dude. Take all that bullshit you be saying, them rants and shit. Go back on your good little rants where you get laughs and write them shits down until you accumulate a good 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that's what amateur stand-up do.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's very hard to, I guess, go on stage and do a compression and let alone do it perfectly. So I think you just have to have a genre, a category, which is really just a roast.
Yeah, you gotta build up into it.
So we can
Actually reverse course. That's the only probably way to really save the economy is to crash it and open it up to foreign investment and suck out the world's available free capital that wants to get out of their shitty countries. I mean, and maybe even add 50 million people to the country and open new super cities. I mean, our cities suck. They are old and antiquated. They're not modern and they're not built for scale. So, I mean, there's a huge opportunity, but the thing is, the way we're using the money sucks. You know, your Medicare, your Medicaid, your doctors, and those solutions, those suck. If your fat ass isn't in the gym and eating healthy, your health is going to suck. But why are you taking $10,000 a month worth of prescriptions that the government is paying for? So, anyways, it's the flow of money and the essentially the magnitude of the money, but the way we're spending it sucks. Ukraine sucks. 100 billion, 500 billion there sucks. War in Afghanistan, Iraq, multi-trillion sucks. Like, the way we spent the money was not an investment on we the people. We got no return on investment. Everyone outside the country and the biggest corporations around the world got all that money. And there's trillions of dollars sitting in offshore bank accounts in foreign tax havens. That's our money. We, the taxpayers, owe that fucking money now. And that money is sitting in foreign banks overseas. And you can read the Panama Papers and all those other, leaks. But there are trillions of our dollars sitting overseas that we generated, we spent, and we don't own it.
Yeah. So you said something about opening up like the floodgates or something like that in terms of foreign investment. What barriers exist now?
Just go try to open a pizza parlor. Go try to open a hamburger shop. Go try to open a movie theater. Like, what kind of barriers exist to opening a business? The tax compliance alone becomes a separate business. So it's impossible to start a business in the real world. Only place you can start a business is the internet because there's no regulation or very little oversight. So good luck opening a business in America. If they don't, the problem is not just the federal, it's the states. And it's your local county Democrats and your local mayor Democrats and all these Karens that never operated a business and are sucking their taxpayers dry with their pensions and their salaries. So, you know it, I know it. We live in clown world. We have to essentially either figure out a way to operate clown world efficiently, or we have to burn clown world to the ground. I mean, I would propose that the U.S. federal government suspend habeas corpus and maybe even create a one federal republic and essentially go from 50 states to one state. Because to let California, Illinois, New York, and other mega Democrat city states to continue to operate in this federation of republics, it's just not efficient. I mean, if we really want to get efficient, we have to essentially create create the new America, which is no longer the states of America, but maybe just create one giant federal system and eliminate all state pensions and everything and turn it all over to one administration. I know that sounds ridiculous, but essentially, whether you're getting taxed by the federal government or your state or your utilities, etc., people are going broke. Bankruptcies are through the roof. Childbirth has plummeted. Like, America is in a fiscal crisis and in a magnitude that's
unsustainable. Chairman Powell says it's unsustainable. And so it's basically going to become Weimar Republic hyperinflation and the Hunger Games. That's not how the founders of the country wanted this republic to operate. We should have sole authority to determine our destiny, not Congress and the Federal Reserve. I mean, they're totally detached from we the people. It's one giant connected organization that is profiting off of the backs of we the people. We're being taxed to death. Property taxes, income taxes, your electric, your utility, your gas, this tax, that tax, your emissions for your vehicle. It's like a never-ending job now trying to stay alive to support your government. So the system has whittled us down to the highest degree possible. There's nothing else to whittle down. So I don't know. That's my opinion.
Before they fail with like 10 days, we know like Pakistan win. It kind of makes sense like when you have many alliance can do nothing. You see, then he only said his own perspective. I'm federal. I'm independent. I don't like it.
I understand. I'm so sorry. When if I ask a question twice, I need to say, because sometimes I cannot hear people very well, that's why I ask a question twice. I'm not like pointing at people, oh, so you're like this or you're like that. And so I needed to say that for this friend that left.
What I'm saying, like, we have a choice. You can be pro-Hamas or you can support Iran. Like I said, to the people. And no one kind of jacking it, whether you like or hate his opinion. Then when he said, only like, well, don't like Israel, he supports Iranian to keep. From my understanding, I'm different. I never supported the Iranian to keep in my life. I never supported, like, Netanyahu. I mean, they do something bad. For example, not bad, for example, like a kind of killing your people is very bad. What's not good? Like I told my community, killed many people, like even elders, like engineers, teachers, doctors. He killed himself. What I mean, he knows that if he can protect them, why kind of treating other people? Same Netanyahu himself, killing Mugabe. If he can't fight Hamas, why he treat Hamas? They're bad people. Both are very bad. And the reason why we have my own perspective, I'm a Muslim, that I can support both. I'm kind of have my own prejudice, that's my choice. It can be bad or good. Today I can support the Iranian regime, I can support Israel. It's my choice. You see?
Really good that you don't like black, white, and you're more like moderator. I really appreciate it. Does it align with the minutes?
Not that we know. Not that I'm talking about my, like, it's honest for me. Even without a dream bag, I can support Israel. I'm saying to you, there is something to. If I support Iran, many people don't like. I have many friends from Iran. They don't like the regime itself. They want to keep them for a long time. Yeah.
The regime killed a lot of our people directly on the streets. We don't want our country to be under attack either, you know?
That's all.
It's like we are confused. I mean, it's really bad feeling, mixed feeling. And as an Iranian, I need to say that I told you, I think it's almost in all countries, or maybe in Iranian, maybe it's more, maybe in my generation it's more, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. But for us, again, the concept of our country is more than like just a country or borders, it's our identity. And I don't know, and war is not a good thing. And again, I'm totally I have a problem with those people that they say, no, Israel should be destroyed, erased from the map of the world. I have a problem with those. But I have a problem with those that they say, no, there is nothing wrong in Gaza. exercise that.
You're right. Osama, me, my workmates, like, normal, like, I always criticize, like, the government, the regime, Netanyahu. I say he's war criminal, he's warlord. I don't like it.
I believe there are good people in Israel. It's not at all.
I mean the government. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that, people, nations and their government, they're not exactly the same all the time. The government are temporary. They come and go. Sometimes they become dictators.
But here nothing intervenes save parts of the sexual flux itself, and these are overflowed by what they separate, so that whatever we distinguish and isolate conceptually flux as no matter how small or attractive it be taken, it is always a and contains innumerable aspects and characters which conception can pick out, isolate, and thereafter always intend. It shows duration, intensity, complexity or simplicity, interestingness, excitingness, pleasantness, or their opposites. Data from all our senses enter into it, merged in a general extensiveness of which each occupies a big or little share. All these parts leave its unity unbroken. Its boundaries are no more distinct than are those of the field of vision. Boundaries are things that intervene, but here nothing intervenes save parts of the perceptual flux itself, and these are overflowed by what they separate, so that whatever we distinguish and isolate conceptually is found perceptually to telescope and come penetrate, and they fuse into its neighbors. The cuts we make are purely ideal. If my reader can succeed in abstracting from all conceptual interpretation and lapse back into his immediate sensible life at this very moment, no matter how small or attractive it be taken, if my reader can succeed in abstracting from all conceptual interpretation and lapse back into his immediate sensible life at this very moment, he will find it to be what someone has called a big, blooming, buzzing confusion, is free from contradiction in its much at-onceness, as it is all alive and evidently there. Out of this aboriginal sensible muchness, attention carves out objects which conception then names and identifies forever in the sky, constellations on the earth, beach, sea, cliff, bushes, grass. Out of time we cut days and nights, summers and winters. We say what each part of the sensible continuum is, and all these abstracted whats are concepts. The intellectual life of man consists almost wholly in his substitution of a conceptual order for the perceptual order in which his experience originally comes. But before tracing the consequences of the substitution, I must say something about the conceptual order itself. If a reader can succeed in abstract trains of concepts unmixed with percepts grow frequently in the adult mind, and parts of these conceptual trains arrest our attention just as parts of the perceptual floated, giving rise to concepts of a higher order of abstractness. So subtle is the discernment of man, so great the power of some men to single out the most fugitive elements of what passes before them, that these new formations have no limit, aspect within aspect, quality after quality, relation upon relation, absences and negations as well as present features, and by being noted and the names added to the store of nouns, verbs, adjectives, conjunctions, and prepositions by which the human mind interprets life. Every new book verbalizes some new concept, which becomes important in proportion to the use that can be made of it. Different universes of thought thus arise with specific sorts of relation among their ingredients. The world of common sense things, the world of material tasks to be done, the mathematical world of pure forms, concepts are mixed. The world of ethical propositions, the worlds of logic, of music, all abstracted and generalized from long forgotten perceptual instances from which they have, as it were, thrown out, return and merge themselves again in the particulars of our present and future perception. By those wants we apperceive all our theses, percepts, and concepts interpenetrate and melt together, impregnate and fertilize each other, Neither taken alone knows reality in its completeness. We need them both, as we need both our legs to walk with. From Aristotle downwards, philosophers have frankly admitted the indispensability for complete knowledge effect of both the sensational and the intellectual contribution. For complete knowledge effect, I say. The facts are particulars and connect themselves with practical necessities and the arts, and Greek philosophers soon formed the notion that a knowledge of so-called universals, consisting of concepts of abstract forms, qualities, numbers, and relations, was the only knowledge worthy of the truly philosophic mind.
Democratic volume on life. I have a Republican volume on life. So him saying that, it just arrogance, and people just be talking sometimes.
People be smoking something sometimes. Go ahead, Brother Nathaniel.
Okay, the point is this. Look at who's trying to be destroyed. Go to Juvo, go down to Yandex. Put in white couple with white children. You're not going to find it. Now, why is that? Because the Jews are genociding the white race. Why is it in our public schools you have critical race theory? Why? That children beginning at kindergarten should see themselves as bigots if they're white. Now, who created this particular curriculum? I'll tell you who. She's a Jew. Her name is Randy Weingarten. She's the head of the American Federation of Teachers. It was my father who introduced me to the whole realm of Jewish control. All right. Not that he was against it, but he wanted me to know it. She's married to a woman, a rabbi. She's a lesbian. She hates the white Christian collective because the white Christian collective will tell her you're committing sin by being married to a lesbian. You think the Jews want to hear that they're sinning? No, they want to tell the white Christian that they don't believe in human rights. And that's how they'll take something depraved and they'll turn it into a meme, like this whole lobby called the Human Rights Society. This is the one that pushes politically, that pushes through legislation with tons and tons of Jew donors, like the one who used to own Twitter. I forget his name, Elliot. Okay? This is the reason that you cannot defend your white race. The Jews won't let you. They will call you a bigot. They will call you a racist. But anybody else who wants self-determination for their race, like Jews in Israel, that's just fine. But for a white man, no, you're a racist. You're a bigot. You've got problems. You have a history of racism. Your children are being taught that.
Because it's very simple. The white Christian nationalists, the reason they're so, they try to berate it so much and make it seem evil and Nazis and Hitler is because that is the ultimate threat to their power structure.
I want to speak to this nationalist idea. The white Christian culture in America, up to the open immigration law of 1965, did not have to identify themselves as nationalists. It was a nationalist realm. It was white Christian culture. It was a white Christian consensus. Yes, the Jews started subverting it with the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. They knew little by little they would take over the WASP, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So the white culture, the white ethnic, ethnos means American. It doesn't mean a race. So the white racial ethnic American was always nationalist because it was a consensus. And I always say to people that say, you're not white. You can't speak for the white people. Listen, I was born in 1950. This was 99.9% white. It was 99% white culture. It had a white, 99% white Christian worldview of right and wrong, of a common language, of a common outlook, of a common worship, of a common ethic, of a common trust society. If you drop your wallet somewhere walking downtown, if you drop your wallet in the grocery store or supermarket, you knew you were going to get that wallet back. culprit is the Open Immigration Law of 1965. This was pushed by the American Jewish Committee, and their promo boy was Jacob Javits. Open the floodgates when it was passed. And every third world country and their 13th cousin came here. The quotas were dropped. That was the ruin of America.
That was quite good, Brother Nathaniel. I'll give you a quick answer for that one. I enjoyed that rant.
Well, I have a dozen encores to that, too, because I grew up in this. I saw this as a kid. I didn't like it, but I saw it. My father introduced me to the political world when I was 6.
James. Well, I was going to just go to you real quick, 9 and 6. I'm downstairs in 5 minutes. You want to keep it open or close it?
We can close it, but I just, or that's up to 6. So let me just ask a question to him. You know, I love you, sir. I love your voice. Everything you contributed to this room today has been spot on. And I will not argue against any of the points you just made because I agree. But I was highlighting like we as a people don't get along and love each other and trust each other collectively. So my question to you, based on everything you just said, are you suggesting, based on what you just said, all the truths that you just outlined, that these are the reasons why today in 2025, Black Americans collectively, I'm not talking about individual, what we're doing in our friend groups and our families and our churches, collectively, why we don't get along as a people and why we're constantly divided with black men this, black men that, except black women this, black women that, that's what I meant to say. These are the reasons because of systems in place why we still hold each other in so low regard. Is that what you're suggesting? Because that was the point that I was trying to make, why we can't get along in this day and age, right? And we blame everything for these reasons as if we don't have the mental fortitude to rise above all of this, right? We love Jesus and God and we're in the church. So why today in the 21st century, we're in the age of technology where they can plug a machine up to our brain and we upload ourselves to the cloud, why we still cannot get along with each other? Are you suggesting because it's the systematic racism and Charlie Kirks of the world? This is just a question so I can get some clarity.
So, we have risen above it many times, but we're under constant attack by the state, by political parties, by nefarious entities in this country, organizations, think tanks that are always thinking of ways to undermine our progress, to attack our families, and to attack our communities. We're under constant barrage. There's always entities in this country plotting against us and figuring out how they can use the law and how they can use the state to undermine our families and to harm us. So we're in constant flux because of that, right? And we're the only group that this happens to. They bring people into this country to play buffer classes against us. The whole model minority trope that is used against us is based off of anti-blackness. Look it up, model minority. It denotes that Black Americans are lazy and don't want to work, and we have a victim mindset, and that's why we're not successful. But here, look at these Asians. They're successful because they don't have that. It is predicated on anti-blackness. And I will say, when you talk about technology, well, we can't do what you said yet. Can't do that. However, when you look at AI and the development of AI, it is well documented, it is well researched that AI itself, the programmers of AI, the developers of AI, developed biases against Black people within AI. Yes, other minority groups, but particularly Black people when it comes to AI. So yes, every fabric of society, and that's a fact, and no one can prove me wrong on that.
Well, we have the neural links. That's what I was referring
to. Every system that exists and every system that is created in this country, including AI, will show you anti-blackness. Even AI, when you ask AI, is there anti-blackness within AI? You know what AI will tell you? Yes, there is implicit bias, and it will tell you because the people who developed me or developed AI had biases against Black people, but that because the technology brought other Black people in, there's an attempt to change that reality, right? But AI in this is anti-Black.
chime in. Go ahead, Albert.
Hold on, just give me a second.
Sorry.
Real quick. No, it's okay. Sig, you gonna keep it open because 9 and I'm gonna be bailing in 5 minutes. What do you want to do, Sig?
Yeah, let's pull it up in 5 minutes, man. I got some shit I gotta get into. Yeah.
Albert, okay, thank you.
tend to lean towards things that are quantifiable and qualitative, and not too ambiguous or esoteric. And to answer your question, NY, we endured the Holocaust. There's one thing to understand the system of racism, but the institution of racism. And because the way that white supremacy works, and that's of course the catchphrase that describes white Anglo-Saxon Protestant racism, is a system that disperses.
We don't have problem with Jewish people. It's not true. We are not Muslim. Please understand that Muslims attack our country. Iran meaning the word. The word of Iran means the land of Aryan people. I'm not talking about the Hitler and these things. It's our race. We are Aryan. We are not Muslim. I don't know how to say. And I'm against the Islamic regime in Iran. I'm sad.
Hold on. Listen.
Okay.
Let me make this very clear. When I misspoke. The IRGC is who we want to see go. If you're Iranian, if you're Persian, if you want to see them go, if you're opposed to them, then you're on the winning fucking team. You're on the fucking winning team. Let's not make this about semantics. We took the fucking mother of all bombs. We took the mother of all bombs and we fucking dropped them on them sons of bitches. You know what we should do? We should fucking rename those fucking bombs. We should call those the Crusaders. That's what we should do. And like, honestly, at this point, I just want to fucking light up the IRGC like a goddamn Christmas tree, and then I want to fucking point to Pakistan. I think what Trump should do is he should jump on TV right now, and he should say, yeah, we just fucked up fucking the IRGC in Pakistan. You better surrender your nukes or we're fucking coming for you next, you little bitch. And Russia, if you want some, come.
Yes, I know. Wait. Wow.
He's the fucking devil. Hold on.
No, I know. Wait, guys.
Go ahead.
No, Tony, I don't want to fight with them because they are right about Islamic regime. We all hate Islam. I personally, I lived in Iran. I born in Iran. But I want to say that this imagination that you get from media about Iran is not true. We are all families there. We have Jewish people there. We have Christian people there. We are Iranian. Don't call us Muslim. Iran is not Muslim countries. They attacked us. And get our country. They got our country, by attacking us. We are sad. Okay?
Hey, I want to speak to this little bitch Mojo real quick.
No, I don't let you because no, I'm as Iranian, I should answer him because he's sad, because he's angry because of Islam. I know, I understand him, but guys, imagine that now I'm in Italy. I'm living now in Italy as a student, but my parents living near Natanz. They're living in Kashan. Kashan is a city near Natanz. So, I hate Islamic regime, but I don't know, just understand that we are people. So, I know Jewish people are also people. It's just politics. So,
well, that's really big of you to recognize that Jewish people are actually people. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Come on, Mojo.
Mojo, we have a lot of Jewish people in Iran.
Yes, Jewish people are Iranian as well. There are really Iranian Jewish people living in Iran before the revolution.
Yeah, everyone's rooting for Iranian people.
Now's the time to say, let me just say what I gotta say, then I'll go back. Now's the time to say, thank you, America. Nobody on this stage, especially the mods, we know that Iranian people, for the most part, are not anti-Semites. It's not about Iran and Jews and all this other stuff. Right now, we should say, God bless America, thank you for being our ally. Nobody, I don't even know what he's talking about. Nobody in the state said that Iranians hate
Jamie, definitely the board, definitely the board is a safer place, nicer place from now. And we don't rank anyone, but we deep inside, we agree, but it's very dull, nobody has this feeling right now about the Iranian they have, because we don't want to fight, we don't want a war, we don't want war,
just told you that war is going down because you're no fucking control. You're an idiot. And now's the time to stand the fuck up and rise up and free your own fucking people right now.
JB, can I just address Tony? We're going to give him a chance to speak. He wanted to rebuttal what I had to say, but I want to just first say that he needs to find a new flannel, the one that he bought from Target.
Mine is not enough. They just put my country in a war that is not even fair. And I have a question from all Arabic countries, okay? Why is that your country doesn't do anything to put your country under attack from Israel? Because you don't go in clear way and threat the existence of Israel.
Fuck Israel, bro. What the fuck? What do you think Lebanon was doing?
Lebanon is not my country. When I have poverty in my own country, first I need to deal with my country. Then after that, I go and care about other people.
You just asked what about the Arabic countries? Why are they not fighting against Israel? Wasn't Lebanon fighting against Israel?
Hezbollah, which has get money from Iran. See what Hassan Nasrallah said. Officially, Hassan Nasrallah said, as far as Iran gives us money, we fight Israel. Hezbollah is not from Islam.
Amber Dooley Sub, Anonymous, the show.
Let's say if I was,
Hello.
we're silent, we're doing nothing, we're not attacking them, we're not killing the people, we're doing.
I actually went to sleep last night, closed my bedroom door, and then put in earphones so I wouldn't have to hear it when I went to sleep.
Injuring 500 people. How should they be telling? Should they stay on
He just started, and people are already freaking out, telling him about how his room's being recorded, and he's going crazy, like saying all kinds of things about me.
They're coming here. The third world country, worse than Iranian situation.
Can you get into his room and say, hey, what's up with all these room titles that keep telling people to call the FBI and report you for being terrorists?
Provinces that they are starving, okay?
I agree.
We need to be productive. We can't be shouting at each other. Actually, we're on the same
It's a good warning, like in the real world, you don't really know what's below somebody's iceberg,
They've been trying to
So,
get the deal with
I get that.
They will take back. And so this is like Trump came out, he did 2 days prior to the attack. Actually, maybe someone was trying to get attacked. Trump said in the news that attacking Iran is off limits to nothing else. And he made up whatever. I said whether he was lying or telling the truth. They're doing everything silent.
I agree. I mean, that's why I read books. Like, I haven't read books in 2 days, and today I realized, like, listening to all this shit is, like, fucking with my brain psychology, chemistry. And so it's, like, one of those things where it's, like, you have to go to the gym, you have to read books, like, every day. Otherwise, you can't listen to this shit, because it's, like, it'll kill you, this shit. I was just about to text you, Yakov, but I was like, I'll wait till Shabbos is over.
Sorry, he didn't do it, right? He was not honest, right?
This is awesome because they're actually talking to an Iranian girl in Iran who hates her government, and they can't deal with it.
So then you are not strong enough. What we have in Iran? We had this billboard in Iran that it said, okay, I don't know, 50 days to telling that we erase Israel from the map of the world. They keep threatening Israel. Iran, the regime of Iran, is what we call existential threat for the country Israel. I'm not saying Israel is a good place. I'm not saying Zionist is good or whatever is happening in Palestine. Everyone is upset with what's happening in Palestine. Any human being that can be talking about that part now. I'm talking about when you don't know what you are doing. Don't mess with something and put your own people into danger.
They did. That's what I'm asking you. They did the first attack.
Iran was the same country. Iran was the same country and
to do a debate on trying to debate, and I don't know why you said to me that I'm not going to like this, but Manny doesn't want to debate. He just wants to have a conversation. I'm not sure what about that you think I'm not going to like. Like I speak to Manny quite regularly, and I consider him a good friend. You know, I have some heated discussions with him. I have some good conversations with him. No? So I really don't know where you're going. It just escalated.
I haven't escalated anything. Are you done? I haven't escalated anything. I've posted 3 links in the back channel, right in the chat. I don't know, was that a trigger to you, by the way, if I may ask? Did that trigger you?
I'm not triggered, I was trying to have a conversation, but I've got nothing else to say anyway.
Okay, that's fine. If you're not triggered, whether you're friends with Mahdi or you're close friends, it doesn't mean nothing to me, with all due respect. What I care about is the truth, that's it. I stand on truth and I stand by the truth, right? And then you started you was the one that was escalating something. I don't know why you brought a time preference into the conversation. It was going on for like 30, 40 minutes. Mahdi, am I lying? He was talking about years. We couldn't even dive into the conversation because he's literally posting and talking about years. Like, who cares, man? Last year, this year, bro, like, who cares? Like, what does that even matter? The reality is that, no, it's not okay. That's what I'm saying to you, Carlos. No. A man can never lie to a wife. Do you understand? And have another wife on the side and lie to the first wife and tell her everything's good, it's just me. It's just me and it's just you. Nobody else. Well, he literally full well know that he's dealing with somebody else on the side. And the thing that he's dealing with on the side, that's why I said muta. I don't know if you was listening, brother. Because there's people that believe in this muta marriage, which means a short time, space of a value of a person. So you could just marry me for a night, we're done. You can marry me for 10 days, we're done. I don't believe in this nonsense. I don't believe in no muta. That's all I was saying to you, brother. So I don't know why we're talking about a differentiation in yeah. We should really be like talking.
Just to clarify, the only reason I brought up years is because if the secret relationship that I don't agree with, right, was happening at the same time as the video, there might be some clues in the video about
yes, Carlos. Yes.
That was the relevant.
There is Carlos.
My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from helping me? Why art thou so far from the word
sounds of my groaning, oh my God. I cry in the daytime, but thou answerest not. And in the night season, and am not silent, but thou art holy. O thou that inhabitest the praises of Israel, our fathers trusted in thee. They trusted, and thou didst deliver them.
And so I didn't want to leave that out tonight.
No, that was great. Yeah, that was cool, man. Yeah, I think, in closing though, I think the FBI and the CIA should be scattered at the four winds. Same thing that JFK threatened to do. That's why they killed him. That's what should be done. The CIA from its very inception has been nothing but a shadow government that runs its own foreign policy and its own domestic policy. It's been corrupt. And the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover was in office for life because even though he's a notorious crossdresser, everyone knew he was a crossdresser and gay, he was in power for life because he got the dirt on all the politicians. They all knew that if anyone crossed him, he would expose them. That's exactly the same kind of blackmail. That was back when in the days of file cabinets, right? Now imagine what it's like with NSA total surveillance with modern electronics. So that same system's in place. That's what needs to be torn down.
Yeah, and to expand on that, we talked about the DIA becoming part of the military. That would be our intelligence apparatus, right? That's how you would use it.
DNI?
DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, become part of the military. Was that the take on it, or were you?
No, I think your military intelligence is more trustworthy. I would trust a Naval or Marine Corps Army intelligence officer or Air Force more than I would trust anyone who works for the friggin' CIA. All the CIA, everyone out of that office, they can all go park, like they did to the guy in the office, right, in the basement of the State Park. Put him someplace else in front of an empty friggin' desk in a cubicle with no computer and say, sit here and twiddle your thumbs. While we go and sort through all this crap that you've been cleaning out people all these years, all the dirt, and then declassify it. But put your military intelligence in charge of doing that. I don't really care which one you use or what vehicle. I think that Tulsi Gabbard can figure that out. I trust her to do that.
Awesome time, man. We'll do it again. I can tell you that. And this is extremely informative.
Can I just ask a quick question about the Federal Reserve and Congress essentially working together to create $40 trillion and this big, beautiful bill creating $20 trillion new debt in 10 years? I mean, isn't that a major problem, the Federal Reserve and Congress creating all this debt?
Oh, absolutely. The Federal Reserve has been a problem from the very beginning, like Ron Paul said a long time ago. It's just taxation. It's a form of seafood. He called it a tax. It's a hidden tax.
They kicked me.
It's just taxation. It's a form of what did he call it? He called it a tax. It's a hidden tax. Inflation is a hidden tax. So when they create money out of nothing, they give it to their buddies first. They get full value on the dollar that they just created out of thin air, and then by the time it gets to you, it's devalued. And now they just created out of digits. It's just digital. I think what we should do is declare a jubilee. None of that national debt any of us signed on to or agreed with was all done illegitimately. So I don't think we owe China jack shit, or anybody else for that matter. Just declare a jubilee like you used to do in the Bible, wipe out all the debts and start over again. That's what I would say. So all those trillions of dollars of debt, we don't owe any of that. And we need to end the Federal Reserve, not just audit it, end it. But all it is a private cartel of bankers. And they just create money out of nothing, with that comes massive power. And the Chinese do the same thing, by the way. They can also, the Chinese Communist Party can just print up as many, what do you call it, the yuan? They can print those up all day long. They go transfer it into US dollars when they come buy farmland and businesses in the United States. It doesn't cost them a dime to do that. They just print money out of thin air. So why are we letting that happen? It's just fiat money. They just print up out of nothing and come here and buy out our politicians, buy out our governors, you name it, and then buy our land and factories and businesses too. And one last one.
Wouldn't you seize their land that they bought the U.S. to? I mean, shouldn't we do that at this point?
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. All that's illegitimate. There should be no ownership of any land in the United States by anyone. And you can't be a businessman in China without being part of the CCP and having political officers of the CCP on your board and watching everything you do. If you're in business in China, you are the CCP. There's no such thing as the Chinese business is not the CCP. It doesn't exist.
I'm so glad you hit on this point because I've been pounding the drum on this point. If their business currency in China, they're part of the CCP. America.
Well, I mean, if they're doing business in China, they're doing business with the CCP. Correct. And that's the problem. We have a lot of businessmen in this country because they're loyal to themselves and their own bottom line first that have sold out to the CCP. You're right. They sold out because they get money out of it. Hey guys, I gotta run because I'm using my friend's phone. He's gotta go to bed. Hey Jared, I forgot what time it was. Well, we gotta fit this in. You're gonna be happy I did too, Jerry, even though you're gonna be mad a little bit. But I have a new friend of mine who called my show. What was it? It was earlier in the week. And I actually called him back, and he's a very interesting guy. He ran for Congress as a Republican. And I believe it was during my Joe Severino interview. And that's what prompted the call, and I got to talk to him. And the status of the Illinois Republican Party may even be worse than I anticipated. My new friend, his name is Max Rice. Max, how are you?
Well, thank you so much, Sean. Great to show.
Well, I appreciate it. You know, and after we started to talk, I went to your website, which is called IllinoisRecord.com, right?
IllinoisRecord.com. Subscribe today.
IllinoisRecord.com. And you have a plethora of articles from a very, I like the style in which you write and investigate. You're exposing a lot of behind the scenes, which people need to know. Because the reason that the Republicans are so-called the people who think themselves to be Republicans, the reason that they're in a rigged game is kind of because of what you reveal on a regular basis in your articles, isn't it?
I agree. And when there's no consequences for bad behavior, it gets worse. And I just kind of noticed throughout the years that there was a lot of bad behavior that would go unchecked or get a slap on the wrist. And so I'm pretty happy about what we've been able to not just uncover, but just put out there to be on the record forever.
Well, I'm happy that you've been able to right these wrongs, and you're going to continue to do it for as long as you're here. But you didn't know it was this bad, and you decided to run, right? Tell us a little bit about your story.
I think it was this bad at the time. But even when I was running, I would say that Republicans were pedophiles and that Democrats are criminals. So I wish that I didn't know it was this bad. But you kind of think that like it's maybe a 50-50 split between corruption and people with good intent. When really the number's probably closer to like 90 to 95% just evil, scum of the earth. Terrible human beings working under some sort of outside interest.
Well, there has to be a reason it's this hopeless, right? I mean, there has to be. And then, you know, I remember years ago discovering through different after evening events, watching the interactions between well-known short-in-the-pants Democrat mafia members and the ass-kissers who back then were Republicans, let alone what it's become now. It even appears to be sicker. And you know what was a tip to me? I'm a very good, he became my very good friend. I didn't know him much. I was asked to fill in for him at an event we had. It's an event we have every year where we have different speakers come in and we celebrate the freedom and opportunity in Illinois or in the country. It's a wonderful event. And my friend Gary Rabine bought a room. Well, at the same time that happened, his wife had gotten very ill. And I did not know him. And he asked me to fill in on his room. So I did. And in that, me doing that, I had the pleasure of meeting him soon after, and we became very good friends. And when he was running for governor, he's like, well, I want to get their advice. So he hired some guys who I don't like at all. But he wanted to win. He wanted to... you're
talking about Pat Brady, I'm sorry.
No, yes, I'm talking about Pat Brady. But you know what's funny about... Gary's a legit best guy I know when it comes to honesty and trying to change things, not for himself, but for the people. You know, and I think that's something that happens with guys who didn't think they were going to ever go into politics, whether it's him or Severino or you. And I think once you try it, you might be optimistic and think, okay, everybody wants what I want. They want better for the average guy, the honest guy. You realize when you get to this echelon that is kind of in charge of the body politic, they don't give a rip about the average guy, do they?
Oh, I agree, Mark. And Gary's a perfect example, and he's what you and Ford about, is because what happens is a lot of people who are successful think that everything's bad, but their skills are transportable. Even President Trump, and I think we're seeing him doing a much better job in the second term of realizing how bad these people are. And people like Gary is a mark of that we can extract a bunch of
the truth.
At that event you were at, like I'm sure he's put six figures into his campaign, including into software that I talk about on my website pretty common called SIRS, which like has really captured a lot of the GOP clubs. Gary Raymond put a lot of money into them, and he even accuses them of giving his data away the second that he moved on from them.
Well, he's so optimistic, and he feels, this is the problem with good people. My mother had this quality. My uncle. Mentos, the fresh maker. Nothing gets to you, staying fresh, staying cool.
Hence the master said, the yin inherited the manners of the seer. The harm and the good that they wrought them is unknown. The true inherited the manners of the yin. The harm and the good that they wrought them is known. And we may know what is to be even 100 generations hence when others follow true. The master said, to worship the ghosts of strangers is falling. To see the right and not do it is want of courage. Of the Chi having 8 rows of dancers in his hall, Confucius said, if this is to be born, what is not to be born?
What does the
And I can't sit in judgment of that as much as I would like to. That's all I want to say.
I can give you an example from real life. So when the war started in Ukraine years ago, the capital was being encircled by the enemies. It was kind of half encircled. And a lot of people had to make a decision whether they need to stay or they should try and go. But going is also risky, right? So you don't know what is better to act and take some risk. Maybe on your way you will be, bombed, or you will be taken to the army or something like this. So yeah, that's when doing something is risky, not doing is also risky. So you don't know which risk is higher. So that's kind of my example.
Well said.
Thank you.
That's when we whip out the tarot cards. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but sometimes, as I said initially, I a little bit got used to expecting that problem will disappear some magically. And so, because very often it does. Maybe because there were not real problems, maybe because very often we invent problems and then we see them disappearing. But that builds a habit, maybe not a good habit. So, yeah.
And many times they don't just disappear, they resolve themselves. And that's the beauty sometimes in that pause, is issues are able to resolve themselves. At least that's been my experience.
There is a Japanese proverb that if you sit at the riverbank long enough, you eventually will witness your enemy floating by.
That's good.
And Colorado. I invited Brian.
Forsaken me, why art thou so far from helping me? Why art thou so far from the words of my groaning? Oh my God, I cry in the daytime, but thou answerest not. Instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When
I don't know if you were in
This is
I don't
this is probably the breakdown of society. Actually, this is probably the end of the times.
Black community as a black woman, I think they're definitely.
Issa Guatemala wants to say something. Hello, Issa. Welcome to the Jay Bresca rebuttal room.
I think that there's a lack of talking about the positive, or even the people who are doing positive things. We're so laser focused.
So, Issa, do you think that this is just another room to stir the pot,
and there's nothing
and
wrong
no
with
actual
being focused
education
on
or
it?
anything important is happening here, and it's just a waste of your time?
Acknowledge and have a focus on the things that are right, the people that are doing right things.
Let us stir the pot one more time to try to make the soup taste good.
And I also think that sometimes we have to understand who our
I feel like you are on a new journey.
is to do things.
Everything is looking up, Danny, because you can only go up from here. It's the lowest of the low. It's the pot. We got to the bottom of the pot and there is no more soup. You can't stir a soup if there's no soup in the pot.
Right? Because they're not going to hear you. Because
I am Jewish. I am Zionist. But the Jews are the most racist people I've ever met.
What's the solution? What's an example to follow, et cetera, et cetera.
This
I
is
think
the
that's
juice.
what's lacking. It's constant.
Juice show,
This is
the
what's
Jay
bad.
Bresca
This is what's
juice.
bad. And this may happen in all
I'm gonna create a
communities,
new
but
product line.
in
It's
the
gonna be
black
called the Jay
community,
Bresca
we don't
juice.
hear people talking about
Feeling
some
racist
of the
today?
people who are doing
Once that
positive
racist
things.
thirst
I
with
work in
more
the aerospace
racism.
industry, so my focus is a little nerdy. But we have people like Karana Burke, who's
Yeah, he says they're the most racist people on the
Jessica
planet.
Watkins, who's an astronaut, Victor Glover, who's an astronaut.
This is the thing about recording him. Because tomorrow no one will remember anything that he said. He'll stir the pot again. And these are not recorded rooms. And I'm in here on an anonymous account. So, you have to record these people and make them accountable because
like me who are able to make a
it's a
difference.
waste of
And I
time.
hear these things, and I'm like, this brother makes sense, but I
I
can't
should just go back to work and make money and
join his cause.
ignore all this, but
Because of that, I just think there needs to be a call for balance, right? We are not fucked up. Some of us are doing okay. Others are doing really
that's right. If I convert to Judaism, does that mean I control the media?
They are looking for examples. They're looking for examples for greatness, or they're looking
Is there
for examples
fractional
for ratchetness.
Jewish
And
reserve
if all you
ownership
talk
in the
about is
media?
the ratchet side of the black community, that's all these young people who don't have the same brains and focus that we old folks do. And when I say old folks, I mean over 40, because we have a responsibility. Over 40, you feel you don't have a responsibility, you're wrong. So these younger people are looking to
If I convert to being black, can I join the NBA?
men's mouths is y'all fucked up, y'all fucked up, y'all fucked up. And coming out of these beautiful women's mouths is where's my money, where's my money? That's all they hear, that's their focus.
Yeah, why can't I convert to being black? If I can convert to being Jewish, and Judaism is both a religion and a culture and ethnicity, why can't I be black?
Well, let me just say this. I can't speak on the black community.
I was black.
I can just speak on my community. And you're not going to see many
Wait, Jay Bresca, wait, hold on. Jay Bresca's talking about his community.
He's just not. Because we're an elitist group. We think we're better than everybody else. They don't want to talk. So I have to call it out, Bunny, because I'm tired of that narrative, that bullshit.
Wow.
And
He's
I'm not
king of
gonna
the
stand
Jews. The man is king of the Jews.
But, for me, it's like, I've had enough. People wonder why there's so much anti-Semitism. Well, because you have an elitist attitude.
You know, stupid is
Come on
stupid.
stage and drop the N-word like it's nothing. I think that's okay. They don't understand the blowback we get.
Why is it not okay for white people to use the N-word?
Are you serious?
You know the Jewish.
It's a serious question.
I'm going to answer you as long as I can say cracker.
I don't have a problem with people saying anything.
I can say wow.
I'd like to respond to that. I'd like to respond to that.
Okay, you let her finish. Wait. Let her finish.
Sure, let her finish listing racial slurs.
Like the ones that you like to drop.
Yeah, list a few more. Why don't you say the K?
Why don't you go listen to the lady talk? Hold on, though. Let Nicole go. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying people get sensitive when we start flipping that. See, everybody likes to say the N-word ER, but then they
That's
get
called
off.
hard R.
They start saying kite and all that. And I get sensitive hearing them. Like, hey, come on now. You know you don't want your group to be insulted. Come on.
Also, too, you're a frail. Absolutely. It's a reprogramming, I guess. But what helps
moves the needle towards the friend zone a lot. And I encourage people with your friends, share whatever you can.
Well, a lot of friends want to protect their private life, or maybe they are in a state of Zen. I mean, if you've raised your own personal enlightenment to a high level of consciousness, you collectively evolutionize the species. I mean, you create critical mass in the relationship.
I don't think being friends with exes is good. Just personally, I don't think it's good. But that's personally my opinion. That's because like you and your exes, like one of you guys, you're still gonna be like having those feelings. They're strong feelings, whether it was a long relationship or a short relationship, and you guys definitely fucked a lot, and you guys have memories together. It's really hard to just keep that person within your friend. I mean, personally for me, because I've tried to stay friends with my exes, and 9 out of 10 times they will always make a move whenever they
Going back to low-income people who speak 4 languages, we take you back to what is God instituting.
So personally for me, especially when I'm married, I would never talk to my exes. I mean, if it's important, yeah, but
It's wild to me.
the past is in the past, and that's why you have a new future. And in life, you just learn from everyone. Like, your exes, you don't have to have, like, a bad outcome out of every ex. You can just use whatever you didn't like and then form it into what you do like in the future and then level up. And it's not kind of like saying you're throwing away garbage in a way. It's just saying I'm done with this chapter. Sam, if I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand. I just think that's just not how I would operate. I just think that if I love someone, just because I can't, I don't love them in the same way, or I don't romantically love them, or I'm not having sex with them anymore, doesn't mean I can't appreciate things about them and have a friendship. I think it's a bit of a tragedy whenever I don't stay friends with ex-girlfriends. I just think like, I thought you were cool. The reason why I dated you is not just because you're hot, it's because you're cool. So I want you in my life because you're cool. And so I feel sad whenever I stop being friends with exes.
I agree with that, but I've also dealt with similar experiences to what Lexi just shared, where I thought and I hoped I could be friends with exes that I just sincerely valued, and it's made me so sad to come to realizations that it wasn't possible because they're just sometimes certain, I don't know, every dynamic is different, right? I know that I certainly have had exes where I thought we were friends, we could be just friends, and now suddenly we're single and they're making a move on me, right? And then it's sad, and sometimes you have to let those relationships go because you have a new partner, maybe, and you respect your new partner that much, even though it hurts you, but every dynamic is different. I've also dated people who I don't want to say I've allowed because I don't like that word, but I've dated people who have had female friendships with people they've slept with, they've made out with, whatever.
You see that don't they wear uniform, that he doesn't have the children? When they are kind of putting guns everywhere, he doesn't have children, when they purposefully launch rockets from within civilian population. You think it doesn't cause them casualties? They want it. So if you care for the children more than you hate us, then care for the children and make it stop. Stop incentivizing it. There are only one benefiting. We are losing. Israel is losing from every dead civilian. This is why Israel is doing more than every other army in history and in the world to minimize casualties. And this war, who understand even what is happening in Gaza, and they don't care to learn. Like, you ask them this question and they're like, justified. Based on what? What are your parameters? How many people died?
Question mark, you dummy.
Having a heart that we have fucking hostages there for more than 600 days. And we have a jihadist military army that is threatening to do another genocidal attack again and again and again. So we say no. And if it hurts your feeling, fuck you. And if you want to make it stop, pressure Hamas to put down their arm because everybody's starving, the children and the women and whatever. They are the one that can stop it. And let me respond. And let me get back to our
No, get the fuck up. Love, did you want to respond to Daniel?
Yeah, for this guy, you can't even see that there's a question mark, so it's not a statement, but it's a question mark, Daniel, a question mark. And for you to sit there and sort of say because of Hamas, we have to flatline an entire region, which is called the Gaza Strip, right? But I know, you're brainwashed, if you speak otherwise, you'll lose your citizenship and a lifetime of free diapers, so I'm not even going to mock you for that. Thank you, Sid.
So let me respond to you speaking to me.
So wait, so are you saying that we don't have...
No, he spoke to me. He spoke to me not being fair. What is that?
Yo, you know what, man? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm done with you, man. Done with you. Love, were you responding to Daniel or Doug?
To Daniela, correct.
Okay, Danielle, if you wanna respond, give me a chance. And then I'm normally you go, bro.
I don't think they gave anything that would, to the fact of the topic. It was all ad hominem and very low level, so he's wrong. And if you wanna, if you care for the children, argue what I said and not like Daniela and all those bullshit. I don't care for this, dude. This is not a game. It's a game for you. It's not a game for us. So enjoy the show, but don't scream about dead children. You enjoy it. You love it. You come here every day to kind of go out and choose and say, baby killers, baby killers. You enjoy it. You love it.
You are baby killers.
It's on your hands.
And you are baby killers. There are soldiers bragging about decapitating babies. Literally, on camera. What are you talking about?
That has never happened. You're a liar, sir.
I can
not a very good one.
Sid, you want me to play?
Don't even address this.
Look at it. Well, you're a liar. You never will.
I serve the IDF. I know exactly what is the moral code of the IDF. Every person that I know in my life served the IDF. My mother, my father, the entire family, every friend that I have served the IDF.
Yeah,
you can bullshit many people. You can bullshit many people. You cannot bullshit me. So again, it's a game for you. It's propaganda, and it will end because we have humanity, justice, morality, and law on our side.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen it in the last 22 months.
Daniel, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
I was going to go
after El Nomo, I was going to give El Nomo the mic. And then
Appreciate it. So, this war could have and should have ended on October 10th of 2023 if Hamas wanted the war to end. How would it end? Hamas gives back the hostages immediately. Gives them all back. But they didn't want to. Hamas takes responsibility for what they did on October 7th, which was devastating, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, and makes plans to compensate the Jews that they slaughtered and their families and gave back the hostages. October 10th, not one more Gazan had to die. But they did not want this to end. They wanted to draw Israel into Gaza in order to A, slaughter them in their booby traps and tunnels, and B, to put their...
The Jews can be so fucking hypersensitive to criticism. And it's not just hyperbolic criticism, it's real life lived experience. So with that, let me say good morning to, I have to say hello to B because she'll beat me up if I don't. What's up, B? B, are you there?
I'm here. That's not true, JP. That's not true. Just kiss me.
What's not true?
I'm gonna beat you up. Snuggle. That's it.
Okay, stop. Snuggle.
Exactly. We already learned.
Gotcha. Thank you, B. Blake, how you doing, Blake? Long time no speak, man.
Man, good morning. Good morning, JB. I just want to say Jewish people make the greatest public defenders. for blacks. So, but anyhow, the what you just heard, the exchange between the moderator and that other guy is a prime example, and he did say something that I think is missed and needs to be learned on these discussions is don't commit to how he said don't commit to arguing with people who are committed to misunderstanding, and that is a tactic. That's a tactic. And it's a problem, especially in the black community, with this deliberate or comprehension in conversation. Like they just have no comprehension skills. Like this man just laid it out, told him his personal background and how he personally loves his community, and that he loves his community so much that he holds his community accountable. But he still comes back with the same argument as like he never stated that. And that's that kind of deliberate misunderstanding that's used as a tactic to do away with the substance of what the opposing argument is putting up. And that shit right there, like, at some point, we got to start getting like people like Sig that just say, man, fuck what you talking about. I don't care what you talking about. I said what I said, and that's what it is. Because the truth stands alone. The truth don't need no packaging. It is what it is.
JB, can I ask you something?
You answer me, do you like? You may not like the answer.
No, I'm not sensitive. But I have friends that are also Jewish and friends that are Israeli, and they have a very similar experience to you. They always get called self-hating Jews whenever they disagree with any small thing within the community. And I just think it's interesting that you're calling it out because you're from the US and they're in Israel and they're thinking it's no problem. Yeah. So my question is, do you think it... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to go ahead.
Do you think it's intrinsic, like something that's embedded deep in the Jewish community, or do you think it's something that's happened recently?
I think it's been historically. And listen, I don't speak for all Jews, and I'm not saying all Jews are racist. That's not my point. My point is, they have no problem with racism until it comes back to them. So, and I'm just speaking on my lived experience, what I've seen, what I've heard, what I've been around. But there's great Jews. There's bad Jews too. See, that's the thing, Chantel. We are the most hypersensitive group in the world.
Exactly.
You can't say shit about us.
Mm-hmm. And they're quick to ostracize each other, from my observation.
You know, arguments for me. Let me say good morning to David. David, how you doing? Oh, is JB the fucking master of everything? The gaslighting master of everything. Here we go. That's what he came to the stage to say. Yeah, listen to everyone. Everyone listen to what he has to say. He's the gaslighter. He knows what everyone wants to know. I know you're an asshole. And I know that you're a gaslighting piece of shit, man.
Wait, why are you attacking him? What's going on?
Because he's a gaslighter. Like that. Do not listen to him. He's a gaslighter. No matter what
you can disagree
you have to say, he will gaslight the fuck out of you. The guy is a piece of shit. And when did he
gaslight you?
Huh?
Do you feel better now?
Oh, we hate each other. I think he's a piece of shit, this guy. I don't have enough energy to hate America, white. I don't have enough energy to hate you. I don't have enough energy to hate you. You're irrelevant, bro. On this side in real life. Don't call me bro, mate. I'm not your fucking brother. I think you're a piece of shit.
Okay,
gaslighting.
Look at all the people in your room
that you are happily... All the people in your...
Which we conceive both may now be really possible, and the one become impossible only at the very moment when the other excludes it by becoming real itself. Indeterminism thus denies the world to be one unbending unit of fact. It says there is a certain ultimate pluralism in it, and so saying it corroborates our ordinary unsophisticated view of things. To that view, actuality seemed to float in a wider sea of possibilities from out of which they are chosen, and somewhere indeterminism says such possibilities exist and form a part of truth. Determinism, on the contrary, says they exist nowhere, and that necessity on the one hand and impossibility on the other are the sole categories of the real. Possibilities that fail to get realized are for determinism pure illusions. They never were possibilities at all. There is nothing inchoate. It says about this universe of ours, all that was or is or shall be actual in it, having been from eternity virtually there. Cloud of alternatives our minds escort this mass of actuality withal is a cloud of shared deceptions, to which impossibilities is the only name that rightfully belongs. The issue, it will seem, is a perfectly sharp one, which no eulogistic terminology can smear over or wipe out. The truth must lie with one side or the other, and it's lying to that view actuality. Alternatives our minds escort this mass of actuality with all as a cloud of shared deceptions, to which impossibilities is the only name that rightfully belongs. The issue, it will be seen, is a perfectly sharp one, which no eulogistic terminology can smear over or wipe out. The truth must lie with one side or the other, and its lying with one side makes the other side false. The question relates solely to the existence of possibilities in the strict sense of the term as things that may but need not be. Both sides admit that a volition, or, for instance, has occurred. The indeterminists say another volition might have occurred in its place. The determinists swear that nothing could possibly have occurred in its place. Now can science be called in to tell us which of these two point-blank contradictions of each other is right? Science professes to draw no conclusions, but such as are based on matters of fact. Things have actually happened, but how can any amount of assurance that something actually happened give us the least grain? The cloud of alternative. The least grain of information as to whether another thing might or might not have happened in its place. Only facts can be proved by other facts. With things that are possibilities and not facts, facts have no concern. If we have no other evidence than the evidence of existing facts, the possibility question must remain a mystery, never to be cleared up. And the truth is that facts practically have hardly anything to do with making us either determinists or indeterminists. Sure enough, we make a flourish of quoting facts this way or that, and if we are determinists, we talk about the infallibility with which we can predict one another's conduct, while if we are indeterminists, we lay great stress on the fact that it is just because we cannot foretell one another's conduct, either in war or statecraft, or in any of the great and small intrigues and businesses of men, that life is so intensively anxious and hazardous a game. But why? But who does not see the wretched insufficiency of this so-called objective testimony on both sides? The least grain of information. What fills up the gaps in our minds is something not objective, not external. What divides us into possibility, men, and anti-possibility men is different faiths or postulates of rationality. To this man, the world seems more rational with possibilities in it. To that man, more rational with possibilities excluded. And talk as we will about having to yield to evidence what makes us monists and pluralists, determinists or indeterminists, is at bottom always some sentiment like this. The stronghold of the deterministic sentiment is the antipathy to the idea of chance. As soon as we begin to talk in determinism to our friends, we find a number of them shaking their heads. This notion of alternative possibility, they say, this admission that any one of several things may come to pass is, after all, only a roundabout name for chance, and chance is something the notion of which no sane mind can for an instant tolerate in the world. What is it, they ask, but barefaced crazy unreason, the negation of intelligibility and law, fills up the gaps in our minds.
Let's go, Yankee. Bring us down to earth.
All right, I gotta go.
Alright, Brother Nathaniel. Brother Nathaniel, you're very
Well, I have fun sometimes. You know, I do have a sense of humor. I grew up with all the great comedians, like Jonathan Winters, like Red Skelton.
Brother Nathaniel, we're going to try to get you back for Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. I'm very excited for that. We'll work it out, and maybe you can give me some ideas on how to cover it, because there's a lot. It's a lot. Even if just the first protocol.
Well, what's interesting about the protocols, they were the first one to popularize the word goyim.
Can you give us a
just like, short form mode, why you believe that the protocols are authentic?
Because there's so many layers of intrigue. There's so many layers of how to throw dust in the goyim's eyes. There's layers. And Gentile doesn't think that way, especially at that time. Because at that time there was a very strong influence of the church, of right and wrong, of forthrightness, of true versus false. So a Gentile could have never written that and fabricated and pretend to be Jews, because a Jew could never even come close to moving these layers of intrigue that you see throughout the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. That is your main tip-off right there. Now, there's many other reasons, but that is your main reason. Because the Jew is full of all layers of intrigue and deception. That's why they can play right. That's why they can play left. That's why they can play MAGA. That's why they can play human rights. They know how to do it. They are masters at it because they look upon the Goyim as being very easy to deceive, because they see the Goyim as straightforward people, and they can be very gullible, and they can be sucked in to the Jew narration. So they used Trump, and they got Trump to get some very, Cyrus Venditti could tell you about this. He used a propaganda merchandising group that, wow, how is he going to reach the popular sentiment of America? How is he going to do that? Well, it was first drain the swamp, and he had other reasons, another meaning, another little saying. Okay? No more wars, we've had enough, whatever it was, okay? He was taught by the Jews where to go, and his main guy was Stephen Miller, his chief propagandist today. He's a Jew. He writes his scripts. So what happens as soon as Trump becomes president? He drops it. He throws bombs on Yemen. He's threatening Iran. It's just the opposite of everything he said he was going to do. Oh, I'm going to settle this Ukraine thing. How do you settle the Ukraine thing when you're still sending money and bombs and weapons? And you just have to look a little bit beyond the facade. You say, what the hell? And the Russians are going along with us? Yeah, because they don't want to look like the bad guys. Yeah, they're going to go along with it.
Do you believe Israel will strike Iran's nuclear facilities unilaterally?
They're trying to pull America into it. Israel does nothing without America. For intel, for weapons, for strategy.
What do you think if they're going to attack the nuclear facilities like Mandel? What do you think is going to happen?
I don't think it's going to happen because, there's detente now between Saudi Arabia, the Gulf Arabs, the Emirates, with Iran. And they have made it very clear to Trump, behind the scenes, is that we don't want this war because they're going to attack the bases here. And if they see that we're in any way complicit or we're in any way involved or transit, we're going to get hit by Iran. Iran has hypersonic missiles that they got from Russia. So this is going to be a very serious thing. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's just some kind of play to put pressure on Iran so they don't. They were, when Trump, negated the JCPOA, whatever the hell it's called, okay? They went, I think, from 6.
And here we go, boys.
And then I want to fucking point to Pakistan. I think what Trump should do is he should jump on TV right now and he should say, yep, we just fucked up fucking the IRGC and Pakistan. You better surrender your nukes or we're fucking coming for you next, you little bitch. And Russia, if you want some, come.
Yes, I know. Wait. Wow.
He's the fucking devil. Hold on.
No, I know. Wait, guys.
Go ahead.
No, Tony, I don't want to fight with them because they're right about Islamic regime. We all hate Islam. I personally, I lived in Iran. I born in Iran. But I want to say that this imagination that you get from media about Iran is not true. We are all families there. We have Jewish people there. We have Christian people there. We are Iranian. Don't call us Muslim. Iran is not It's not Muslim countries. They attacked us. They attacked us and get our country. They got our country, by attacking us. We are sad. Okay?
Hey, but I want to speak to this. I want to speak to this little bitch Mojo real quick.
No, I don't let you because no, I'm as Iranian, I should answer him because he's sad, because he's angry because of Islam. I know, I understand him, but guys, imagine that now I'm in Italy. I'm living now in Italy as a student, but my parents living near Natanz. They're living in Kashan. Kashan is a city near Natanz. So I hate Islamic regime, but I don't know. Just understand that we are people. So I know Jewish people are also people. It's just politics. So.
Well, that's really big of you to recognize that Jewish people are actually people. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Come on,
Mojo, we have a lot of Jewish people in Iran.
Yes, Jewish people are Iranian as well. There are many Iranian Jewish people living in Iran before the revolution.
Everyone's rooting for Iranian people.
Now's the time to say, let me just say what I gotta say, then I'll go back to you. Now's the time to say, thank you, America. Nobody on this stage, especially the mods, we know that Iranian people, for the most part, are not anti-Semites. It's not about Iran and Jews and all this other stuff. Right now, we should say, God bless America, thank you for being our ally. Nobody, I don't even know what you're talking about. Nobody in the States said that Iranians hate Jews.
Definitely the world is a safer place, nicer place from now. And we don't thank anyone, but we deep inside we agree, but we cannot. It's very dull, nobody has this feeling right now what the Iranian they have, because we don't want to fight, we don't want a war, we don't want war, bomb, gun, whatever is into it.
Once again, we're gonna have the same conversation we said 10 minutes ago. Were you okay with this regime what it's doing to your people? Right now's the time to grab your
I just told you the board is
okay, you're going down because you have no fucking control. You're an idiot. Now's the time to stand the fuck up and rise up and free your own fucking people right now. JB, can I just address Tony? We're going to give him a chance to speak. He wanted to rebuttal what I had to say, but I want to just first say that he needs to find a new flannel, the one that he bought from Target, the yellow and black one that he's got in his kitchen. It's not business. So go ahead. We'll give you 90 seconds to have whatever rebuttal you have. Go ahead, take 90.
Yeah, first of all, bro, don't disrespect the brothers when we have the conversation too. I was saying I knew someone like this will come up on mic because he already gets Trump did he had to do to take away the threat. The threat was the nukes. You want to take over the whole goddamn globe, everything.
Yes, I want to blow up everything. I want to start with you. I want to start with you and your supercuts here.
Anyone supercuts is a private barber, but if you go supercuts, you have that type of hair. But the thing is, like I said, is I knew someone like you, the majority of it, we want more. You got an inch, now you want a mile. That's where it's going. So let's leave it at that.
Tony, the problem if America and in general liberalism don't get all of the countries, China and Russia will get. It's not something that as Iranian I want that. It's not. Because I'm not gonna support China or Russia. Because
How are you keeping on?
if I'm getting... What?
I feel like my husband was away from a 10-hour shift and just rubbed me for like 45 minutes. I want to start off like, because I actually get on with a lot of old men on Clubhouse, maybe because I was old like 2 years ago. I don't know.
There's so much foreign influence that is malevolent, I guess you could say, and people fought for it. But I think when you give these influencers that, like, I guess you could say, like, a good chunk of money, they're willing to, like, say whatever, and they do it in lockstep. And
like Tim Pool taking money from RT.
Yes, I think he's a great example, and I do think that, like, a lot of people, here's the one thing, I'm like rather like libertarian when it comes to my values. Like, I don't care about like what you do in your private life and all of that stuff, but where the fuck was I going with this? When it comes to...
You said you don't want black people to move into your neighborhood.
No, I didn't say that. But anyways, it's
I think a more likely scenario would be him moving out of his neighborhood to be around people he prefers.
Yeah. I forget my point.
I hear what you're saying, and what I'm realizing is that we need to... It kind of got to the point where we're like, fuck everybody. We're not going to reach across the aisle. All of, the Democrats or whatever, they're all pieces of shit. And now it's like, if something happens where the right is being manipulated and doing extreme things and, listening to these guys like Scott Horton and stuff, we will need to reach across the aisle, because those guys will actually sabotage us, which is their goal. And Tim Pool was being sabotaged. They didn't ask him to change his content, but a few weeks before the election, all of a sudden it was exposed, and then the left-wing media was like, look, Trump supporters are getting money from Russia and all this stuff. Like, that mistake on their part basically resurrected the whole Russian collusion thing, and it was a huge, it could have been a huge blow. So that was suspicious. I think they paid those guys, and then they self-snitched so that they could have that bad press and stuff. And the Lauren Chen, I was saying it earlier, Lauren Chen and all those people were not supporting Trump. They were sabotaging Trump. So yeah, we gotta. I think the lesson is that we need to reach out across the aisle and find more allies and be more proactive.
Well, the other thing that I would caution you is believing that people like Scott Horton have a loud voice. He influences a party that can get somewhere between 0.5% to 3% in a national election. So, and he's got influence over maybe 60% of those folks, and so he's not the boogeyman that we have to worry about. He's definitely a fucking piece of shit, but he just doesn't have the power. What we have to worry about is if that messaging crosses over into people that actually have charisma or get platformed in a way where that messaging could grow. I definitely think that there's some subversive elements that we have to keep an eye on, but I wouldn't give guys like Scott Horton more credit than they do.
Agreed.
Can we all agree
wonderful development that the fact that the IRGC's days are numbered, that this is a great development for all of humankind. Like, is anybody in disagreement with that?
No, I agree.
I disagree.
Okay, great. Okay, look, everyone stay on mute. Let's hear the disagreeable position. This is what happens when you enter the muff. You're free to speak your mind in the muff. So go ahead, Wayfan. Tell us what you did.
So I really want to take as a step back, and I hope that in the month we can have the courage to listen to this. So as an ex-Iranian, we have to see why this whole situation started in the first place. The father of this prince of
we're the greatest thing ever. We're survivors. Right? We've been through so much. Yes, we have. So has the black community. You know, Jews are overlooked at. Oh, it's just slavery. We were slaves too. It's all bullshit, bro. There is a undertone in the Jewish community, in my lived experience, and especially on this app, of racism coming out of the Jewish community. They'll sit there and say, Hermes, we love Latinos, but we're not going to rent you that apartment. We're not going to break bread with you, and your son is definitely not marrying my daughter. That's just it. Listen, this has been my lived experience. But I have no right to call out what I see is wrong in my community. But we can sit here and criticize the black community all fucking day. We can sit here and criticize the Latino community all day. But when we go down that rabbit hole, criticize the Jewish community. I mean, there was a guy in this room earlier, I think you were here, who calls for the elimination of an entire people. Came up on stage, he said, I'm a Zionist, I'm a Jew. I said, okay, what do you got to say? He said, I think that, because I think the war on Gaza now is overkill. I think they have to come up with a different plan. We don't want to own the fact that we're starving these people out. Yes, Hamas is stealing the aid. Yes, it's a fucking guerrilla warfare, I get it. But where's the end game in this? Where's the humanity in this? See, because there's certain Jews will say whatever they want because there's no accountability, but then they cry, why is there anti-Semitism? So I have a problem with all that. So, and by the way, when I say to you that there's not going to be a Jew on this, I probably lost 200 followers in the last hour.
Oh, you don't give a fuck. He's Jewish.
Content. This is me telling you the real. See, when I come on this app for me, I speak from my real life experience, my real lived experience. I could take you to Williamsburg, Brooklyn, or Crown Heights, Brooklyn. You're going to go in certain pockets of those areas. You're going to get followed by a group of Jews. Just because you're not one of them. Now, I can walk through the ghetto. Nobody's following me. Nobody's going to fucking bother me. There's not going to be a squad of black or Latino men following me around going store to store. But I can't say that because I'm a Jew. I have to be a good Jew. Let me sit in the corner and not say anything. I think that's bullshit, bro. It's our job as
Isn't he? Harry, I think he's like the biggest psychopath I've ever heard. He's black, he's Jewish, he's a grifter. It's unbelievable.
There's a lack of leadership and men really stand up because they're afraid of being canceled. Well, I'll tell you what, Jews, take my Jew card. I don't give a fuck. I'm comfortable with myself. I'm a proud Jew, but next time this shit hits the fan, don't look for my support. Think you were going to say something?
I want to check one thing over the last couple of years. It's okay. Give it to me. Hey, yo, JB, I'll let you first. Hey, yo, this is my problem with JB, right? That prison shit fucked you up, dog. It fucked you up. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm telling you right now. He'll say, if you go to the ghetto, won't be no black dudes following you. But if you go to the Jewish community, there'll be Jewish dudes following you. What community would you rather be in? The one that's safe or the one that's unsafe? I think I'd rather be in the Jewish community that's safe. Just because nobody following you don't mean the people in that neighborhood can sleep at night, JB. You got the game fucked up, bro. And I love you for it. I think prison fucked you up. I really do. Sometimes when we're in those type of situations,
don't talk about his criminal past.
Understanding that
he was a pimp. A pimp.
Why isn't the black community safe? Because we're not following the white Jew around unless we're trying to make the sale. Hey man, you want to buy some hair on? What you want? You want some ice? What you want? You want some fentanyl? What you want?
Wow.
It should be somebody following you around the black neighborhood. Who is JB? He might be an informant.
He's a snitch. He's a snitch. He's a federal informant.
It's the reason why they're making fucking money. Guess what? I don't believe that if you give Nicole $1 billion, she'll let a girl on Clubhouse talk bad about her. I don't believe it. It's not true. I don't believe it. You give them the hand of control, they gonna shut down a motherfucker that's talking bad about you. Good night. I'm not mad at the Jews. The Jews say, you know what? I paid the cost to be the boss. And if you talk bad about me, I'll shut it down. Now, this is my question for the black community and the Latinos. Why the fuck we ain't doing that? When a motherfucker talk bad about us, why we ain't canceling them? Because you don't own shit but a Gucci bag. That's it.
Well, it's another layer to that, King, that I will throw in there.
What religion is? Chokurua, 1897. Dear Godkin, thanks for your kind note in Ori. Will to believe. I suppose you expect as little a reply to the book, but since you ask what I do mean by religion, and add that until I define that word my essay cannot be effective, I can't forbear sending you a word to clear up that point. I mean by religion for a man anything that for him is a live hypothesis of that line, although it may be a one for anyone else. And what I try to show is that whether the man believes, disbelieves, or doubts his hypothesis, the moment he does either in principle and methodically, he runs a risk of one sort or the other from his own point of view. There is no escaping the risk. Why not then admit that one's human function is to run it? By settling down on that basis and respecting each other's choice of risk to run, it seems to me that we should be in a clearer-headed condition than we now are in, postulating as most of us religion is. Postulating as most all of us do a rational certitude which doesn't exist, and disowning the semi-voluntary mental action by which we continue in our own severely characteristic attitudes of belief. Since our willing natures are active here, why not face squarely the fact without humbug and get the benefits of the admission? Religious belief and national idiosyncrasy. Cambridge, April 8, 1871. So the gallant Gauls are shooting each other again. I wish we knew what it all meant. From the apparent generality of the movement in Paris, it seems as if it must be something more dignified than it at first appeared. But can anything great be expected now from a nation between the two factions of which there is such hopeless enmity and mistrust as between the religious and the revolutionary parties in France? No mediation is possible between them. In England, America, and Germany, regular advance is possible because each man confides in his brothers. However great the superficial differences of opinion, there is at bottom, as most all of us do, there is at bottom a trust in the power of the deep forces of human nature to work out their salvation, and the minority is contented to bide its time. But in France, nothing of the sort. No one feels secure against what he considers evil by any guarantee but force, and if his opponents get uppermost, he thinks all is lost forever. How much Catholic education is necessary? How much Catholic education is to answer for this, and how much national idiosyncrasy? It is hard to say, but I am inclined to think the latter is a large factor. The want of true sympathy in the French character, their love of external and mechanical order, their satisfaction in police regulation, the everlasting cry of traitor, all point to it. But on the other hand, Protestantism would seem to have a good deal to do with the fundamental cohesiveness of society in the countries of Germanic blood. For what may be called the revolutionary party that is developed through insensible grades of rationalism out of the old orthodox conceptions of religious and social forces of human nature to work. The process has been a continuous modification of positive belief, and the extremes, even if they had no respect for each other and no desire for mutual accommodation, which I think at bottom they have, would yet be kept from cutting each other's throats by the intermediate links. But in France, belief and denial are separated by a chasm. The step once made, écrasez les infames, is the only watchword on each side. How any order is possible except by a Caesar to hold the balance, it is hard to see. Science and the struggle among religious beliefs. I quite agree that what mankind most lacks is criticism and caution, not faith. Its cardinal weakness is to let belief follow recklessly upon lively conception, especially when the conception has instinctive liking at its back. I admit then that were I addressing the Salvation Army or a miscellaneous popular crowd, it would be a misuse of opportunity to preach the liberty of believing as I have in these pages preached it. What such audiences most need is that their faith...
The process has been a continued...
Well, apparently they found them in Tehran and other cities, and they started arresting them. So I'm wondering how many they arrested, but it seems like unclear. I also saw a video. I don't know if it's true or not, but they killed Palestinians who were cheering up for what was happening in the prisons. The IDF.
Yeah, there's a lot of killing going on everywhere, and you can't expect it to hit the media. So, yeah, that's what happens. Yeah. That's to be expected. You know, they'll turn on anyone that's near them. They'll take it out on them. You know what I mean? While they're, running in and out of bunkers. 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 Why are you guys so quiet? I'm quiet because I'm in a bunker. So,
People fighting behind you. Like,
these are the people in the bunker. You girl, there was a guy in the bunker today. They tried to bonk him in the butt in the bunker. I was like, wow.
how about the dogs and cats?
Oh, we're eating those because, there's no fruit in Tel Aviv right now. So, like 8 people were eating 1 orange today in the bunker. 8. Yeah, thin slices.
Do you have in your water bag?
Me, I have raw cashews, I have dates, and I have bakwa. Bakwa is a Malaysian beef jerky. Spelled B-A-K-K-W-A, bakwa. You should Google it. So I have food, and I'm certainly not going to let anyone bonk me in the butt in a bunker. Alright? Because I've seen these people, especially these IDF guys that come in the bunker, and they start bonking butts in the bunker. Oh yeah, bonking butts in the bunker.
You should invite Amos so we can ask him how life is in the bunker. Amos. Amos.
Who's Amos? Who the fuck is that? I
I
don't
have
know.
no idea. I don't know him either.
used to be. And then the signal went out. Life in the bunker is hard. Oh, God. Are you heading to Greece? Well, Greta's going to meet me there, and flights out of Tel Aviv Airport are for $4 because they're all, kind of charcoal flights. You know what I'm saying? Charcoal. And, I'll see if I hook up with Greta. And Greta was already hooked up with Netanyahu when he came to Greece, and she greased up his prostate. Yeah, in Greece. In Greece, she used grease on his...
And will never be able to win the world. The sage has no interest of his own, takes the interest of the people as his own. He is kind to the kind, he is also kind to the unkind. For virtue is kind, he is faithful to the faithful. He is also faithful to the unfaithful, for virtue is faithful. In the midst of the world the sage is shy and self-effacing. For the sake of the world he keeps his heart in its nebulous state. All the people strain their ears and eyes. The sage only smiles like an amused infant. When one is out of life, one is in death. The companions of life are 13. The companions of death are 13. When one is out of life, one is in death. The companions of life are 13. The companions of death are 13. And when a living person moves into the realm of death, his companions are also 13. How is this? Because he draws upon the resources of life too heavily. It is said that he who knows well how to live meets no tigers or wild buffaloes on his road, and comes out from the battleground untouched by the weapons of war. For in him a buffalo would find no butt for his horns, tiger nothing to lay his claws upon, and a weapon of war no place to admit its point. How is this? Because there is no room for death in him. Tao gives them life, virtue nurses them, matter shapes them, environment perfects them. Therefore all things without exception worship Tao and do homage to virtue. They have not been commanded to worship Tao and do homage to virtue, but they always do so spontaneously. The companions of life are 13. Tao gives them virtue, nurses them. Tao gives them life, virtue nurses them, matter shapes them, environment perfects them. Therefore all things without exception worship Tao and do homage to virtue. They have not been commanded to worship Tao and do homage to virtue, but they always do so spontaneously. It is Tao that gives them life. It is virtue that nurses them, grows them, fosters them, shelters them, comforts them, nourishes them, and covers them under her wings. To give life, but to claim nothing. To do your work, but to set no store by it. To be a leader, not a butcher. This is called hidden virtue. All under heaven have a common beginning. This beginning is the mother of the world. Having known the mother, we may proceed to know her children. Having known the children, we should go back and hold on to the mother. In so doing, you will incur no risk, even though your body be annihilated. Virtue nurses them. In so doing, you will incur no risk, even though your body be annihilated. Block all the passages, shut all the doors, and to the end of your days you will not be worn out. Open the passages, multiply your activities, and to the end of your days you will remain helpless. To see the smallest to have insight, to hold on to weaknesses, to be strong. Use the lights, but return to your insight. Do not bring calamities upon yourself. This is the way of cultivating the changeless. If only I had the tiniest grain of wisdom, I should walk in the great way. My only fear would be to stray from it. The great way is very smooth and straight, and yet the people prefer devious paths. The court is very clean and well garnished, but the fields are very weedy and wild, and the granaries are very empty. They wear gorgeous clothes, they carry sharp swords, they surfeit themselves with food and drink, they possess more riches than they can use. They are the heralds of brigandage. As for Tao, what do they know about it?
Then I go over to Chatter, and I like Chatter. I think Chatter has a lot of potential, but it's very clicky. And if you're not part of that clique, you're getting no traction. And over here in Clubhouse, all somebody has to do is start a rumor, and it goes off like wildfire. Like, I'm going to start a rumor that I'm a fake judge. I was in the IDF. I can get you put on a no-fly list. And, bro, you know what? Within 2 days, I'll be a fake judge on this app. People will be like, Your Honor, what's going on?
JB, I just think you need to use some positive reframing all the time on this app. Like, for example, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, meaning that Trump's presidency was the destiny. The right man won in the election. But other reframes are like vanity of vanities. You know, there's a lot of vanity on this app. And that's a problem. Tribalism is like it's like the Trinity. I mean, it's not going away. Cliques form naturally. We are animals, and these things happen. But I'm just telling you that I know without any drama, there's not an interesting show. But that's what these people on this app are doing. I'm telling you that you're falling prey to their trap. And so the way to look at it from a communication theory perspective is that the prime green bean is technically like a spider or a fisherman, and everybody is caught in their net of despair. And really, it's very low IQ intelligence, which is happening. Not many people are really going into communication theory, political theory, startup theory, business theory. I mean, it's nothing really academic or intellectual is truly happening here. It's very social. It's like birds chirping in a tree.
Well, let me say this. And I say this respectfully, right? I know every time I open a room, I'm definitely not the smartest person in that room. I'm okay with that. I don't need to be the smartest. I also know I cultivate a good room because I get everybody involved. Like, there's people, somebody may not like Tiger. Just because you don't like Tiger doesn't mean I have to dislike Tiger. Or Steve, or I mean, you know how much smoke I get for letting you come to my stages? And I don't give a fuck. I'm like, I like him. If you have a problem with him, that's your problem. That's not a me problem.
No, that's what it is. It's a lot of you problems on that.
You know, like, for me, I don't give a shit.
A lot smart for me being in your space, Jay.
No, just Edmund. Really, Edmund.
No, I like Steve. Steve, I like your commentary, but I will just also point out that the amount of projection on this app, and I'm talking insane projection, is unbelievable. And it's like pure projection. People speak uninhibited here in a way that you can't actually hear in real society or in other media. So thus you get real deep projection on this app. People leak all kinds of shit on this app about themselves through the projection. It's unbelievable, but this is like a pure projection app. And I mean that in the most literal sense of the word, that when people project on here their insane political takes, it's like actually you're watching in real time an index of morality or ethics or virtue and the lack thereof. And thus you hear all the insane political rhetoric regarding Carmelo Anthony. There's a major morality problem. And I mean, I'll tell you the truth, even in undergrad, you know, if you take a class in morality, ethics, logic, etc., it's still not really enough. I think as a society, we have to spend a lot of time on the education of virtue and ethics and morality and culture, really, at the end of the day.
I disagree with you. Because, and I'm going to say this respectfully. What makes anybody else's morality or virtues right for me?
I'm just saying that there's a whole education behind it, like I was reading Confucius yesterday, and when you read the sacred writings of Confucius, it's all about ethics, morals, and virtues. It's very it's in the books. I'm just telling you, there's not a real education around ethics, morals, or virtues in this country from an academic perspective.
Well, it's nothing that will be in this app. Certainty, what's good, bro?
I'm just, there's nothing on TV but Trump signing orders, so that's fun, and catching up on my shows.
Well, I don't really watch TV other than maybe documentaries, but let me ask you a question, man, because you and I have had dialogue for a few years now. It's always been respectful. I'm going to ask you this respectfully. Why has everything come down to race? This Carmelo Anthony thing, bro, it wasn't about race. It was a kid that was scared and he stabbed somebody.
Yeah, because, you cannot really do anything else.
I'll tell you what I think might win is, my personal point of view on this is I think that content will get turned into an AI chat experience. Jason makes fun of me about this, but I do sit in my car. I do a lot of long drives now. I was at my office like Santa Cruz and cities like everyone, and I talk to ChatGPT advanced voice. So I'll talk about a topic, and I'll learn about it, and I'll engage with it, and I'll kind of go back and forth. But if I flip on a book on tape or something, my brain wanders off. I got questions and ideas, and I'm like, oh, then I start thinking about it, and I realize, oh man, 3 minutes have gone by. And so for me personally, maybe this is just the way I'm wired. I kind of like the interactive model, but I do think it's great content. Like John Knight's book, it's put out as kind of an interactive mode where I get to go engage and start telling you about it, ask questions. It's almost like I'm having a conversation with the author. Well, I know we're going back to the earlier point, the cultural experience is the book written by the author, but the way I experience it is going to be different than the way you experience it in an AI world.
I would love to look at how we pay attention to a conversation between multiple people like a podcast compared with an audiobook. And the author is trying their best to come across with bounce and energy and engagement and stuff like that. But really it's not. And it's one person. It's one tone going through, recorded very carefully. Whereas when you've got stuff bouncing around, even that author talking about that book on a podcast, why am I so much more engaged? There's something about that which I understand. So
it's the way humans are. Humans aren't designed to sit on the floor and be lectured to by another human. Humans are designed to be social creatures, to have engagement, to have that process. I think that's how it plays out in our brain. There's more of a responsive chemistry to that.
I'm excited for this pendulum to swing back and for people to read a book again or to watch a Kurosawa film.
That's 100% right.
No, I mean,
you can't watch a Kurosawa film and not feel that.
I think for a lot of young people, they're missing out on some of the great beauty in life is to be able to give yourself over for 2 hours to a Kurosawa film, or to give yourself over to a book for an hour, just about an hour. And that's what we're going to see, I think, in the coming years. Is people are going to look at this like they looked at junk food, like they looked at cigarettes, and say, "This is not healthy for me."
You've seen that list of 5 regrets of the dying. It's things like, I wish I'd allowed myself to be the person I wanted to be, not the person that is expected of me. I wish I'd worked less. I wish I'd kept in touch with my friends. I would bet an awfully large amount of money. One of them in starting about 30 years' time is going to be, I wish I spent less time on my phone.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Great point. You take a great point. Yeah. By the way, we're going to continue the conversation. Sometimes Joyce, thank you, Chris, and we're going to invite the rest of the crew back up.
Oh, yeah. Come on over. Brian, come on up. My friend Brian Johnson, come on up.
Brian, you go. Will you get my mic out or something? Will you introduce Brian?
Yeah, Brian Johnson created a payments company. He was on This Week in Startups years ago, and then I looked up and he was sharing his nighttime erections on social media.
It's 3 hours, 12 minutes, yes.
3 hours, 12 minutes.
You're Kardashian famous now.
Yeah. Oh, really? You were on the Kardashians?
Yeah, last week's episode.
You were on last week's episode. And who was hanging out with Cam? Or which club?
It was the star of the show.
Who was?
Andrew Huberman and Brian. That was my trouble.
Oh, is this like East Coast, West Coast? It's like Crips and Bloods? You guys get along, or is it you?
Like, friends.
You're friends, yeah. Okay. What do you do together? Like the movie? I mean, do you guys exchange blood? What's that?
Yeah, that's all in.
Did you want to on Saturday morning?
Spotify moves video. I think that's an interesting one to talk about. That's something people aren't really sort of factoring in, because you turn what was an audio platform into, is this audio? Is this video? Now there's trailers that you can see as well. And they are paying creators a pretty penny. So we were a part of the partner program for January and February, and we made more money from them with only 10% of our capital uploaded than the entirety of our YouTube AdSense. So they're putting everything at it. Well, tell you what you do.
We don't. But we're working on it. Yeah, but we're working on it. But I think also there's I think all these platforms when they announce a new monetization model, they need model citizens. And I think, Chris, your show is a model citizen for Spotify. They put you on billboards. They're definitely going hey, yeah, Modern Wisdom is the show you want to be on Spotify. It's video. It looks beautiful. It uploads quite a bit. It has a big back catalog. So I think it's a really interesting model. To me, it feels experimental. I think it works. It's great. Share of premium subscription revenue is awesome.
Right, you're going to be able to be within the thing that passes. I can imagine this. You're going to be counting down how many minutes it's going to look up your life. Jason, what is this?
That's Puente. It's a nice garden. You can chew on it.
What's going to happen, Machuana?
You get a little nicotine hit, and you're going to enjoy life for the first time in 3 years.
I don't know, a lot of this fits in the protocol.
Chew it, come on. Okay.
Sure, wait, hold on, before you say something. Don't die, it's in your hands. Machuana?
No.
Very clear response.
It's either that or you got to do Chris's ketamine. It's one of the other.
Which one do you ketamine? Yeah, we'll do it backstage. It's not promoted anyway. Yeah, you want a cigar? Okay, thank you.
You did ketamine recently, did you, Brian?
I did, yeah, I used that. So we built a brain interface in my company, Colonel. We were trying to build a wearable fMRI. And we had this question, what happens when, there's you take an SSRI or you take ketamine. And so I did a dose, a muscular dose, and we measured my brain 30 days before ketamine, during ketamine, and then 14 days.
snorted it? You did those?
Rejection. We did the max FDA allowed amount. What was cool is we
You
saw.
did it on yourself. You're like, I'm just gonna max out, right?
No, we had an IRB. We had it approved ethically, and what we saw. So,
sorry, just real quick. Have you done ketamine before this?
No, first time.
So you're just chilling. You're like, I'm gonna max out on ketamine. I just want to make sure I really get this. Like, I want to get your mindset.
We wanted to see the effect. It was like we had.
Wait, you know that's just you, right? Like,
Well, okay, so we spent 6 years building this brain interface. So we built a custom base stick. We like pushed it through COVID. Like it was like an all-in effort.
you know, like your 23-year-old analyst or something. Max out on ketamine. Like,
I was also doing blueprints, so I was like, this is interesting. Like, what actually happens to the brain? And so, like, you think about something. So you put this helmet on your head, and think of your brain like a globe that has airports all around. You see traffic, New York to Tokyo.
If you want to have like early access, ironically enough, you're doing literal beta testing, you have to pay money. I think it's funny in a sense, but it's also clever. So if you want to be like, you want to have that super cool cosmetic, you want to be like, have a supporter pack badge next to your shit. Well, there you go, you have a supporter pack. I'm like, okay, well, I like supporting something that sounds good to play, so I'm like, I'm going to do it. The only thing is I don't have a computer that I can play this thing on that's actually good to like deal with the stuff that I want to do. Like, I have to be able to swim around with super high frame rates and no computer lag and doing things that have a lot of objects drop on the ground on these that are high so I can actually enjoy what I'm doing. Because at some point there's like a question you have to ask yourself, are you playing something because it's a thing that's expected of you and it makes you like look good if you stream it, or are you playing it because you actually want to have fun? And when I look at something like Halo, with the computer that I have at the moment, I can play that thing and actually have fun. Like I can sit there and like I'm idling at about 100, 150 frames and I'm having fun. And that's why I was excited to like buy the campaign and actually play that, because I was like, you know what, I have never played campaign. There's some achievements I want to unlock. So I decided to get the campaign and do that as well, because I don't really care about the politics of the company behind that. And actually, as a matter of fact, if you look into how that game was developed, you'll really feel for the struggles that it took to create that game, especially the campaign, because they had like people working on 18-month contracts. They kept cycling them out so they didn't have to like pay them the benefit. It was so fucking retarded. Microsoft ass fucking company. You giga racist global fucking piece of shit corporation. Fuck you. I don't want to hear anything about your weird inclusivity if you're literally geographically racist. That's like a level of racist that I don't even think I've seen anywhere in the most racist circles of any app or any place on the fucking internet. You are really topping it. Like, I'm sorry, giga racist corporation. I was not familiar with your game of discrimination. You're fucking like literally just cooking everybody for no reason at all. And it's not even regions where you think, oh, these guys are going to create a lot of problems for you. Not even that. That what I understand. Like, if you wanted to limit, some, example what I'm talking about, if you want to limit some connections to some countries for some reason, it's like, I can understand that. I really do understand that. But purchase limitations? Huh? Why? I don't know. But they're like very greedy, and they throw a lot of money at everything, because they realize that their relevancy is like at an almost end. That's why they have to like keep putting out new types of technology, because otherwise they're going to get cooked. And that's also why Microsoft is opening AI, because if they didn't like do an AI bit, the whole thing would go to shit. I mean, look at what they tried to attempt. Remember when Cortana was a thing? You had the Halo IP and everything. You had to say, I had a little voice that said, so we're going to call her Cortana. Ooh, sexy simulated boobs woman is going to like answer your requests. Epic, amazing. It was a huge fucking like thing that everybody was anticipating. Then it came out, and it was just like this weird circle in the background there that really didn't do anything, and everybody was like just instantly deflated in their expectations. I definitely met expectations, of course. So that was like a massive thing for Microsoft. I felt that was it was very underwhelming in some ways as well. You thought you were going to really lead up to something there, but then it was really just a whole bunch of nothing in a system that didn't really work. And now you have something similar to that. It's called Copilot. And just because you don't hate Windows enough, you don't hate Microsoft enough, they then introduce a bunch of stuff that runs in your task manager, and you have no way to disable it. I've been recently running into this real worthless piece of junk that's called Windows Input Experience, and you can't fucking disable it. I tried every fucking setting, even editing the register. I didn't even know you could do that, so I learned how to do that. I fucking tried to specify the values for it, and it still doesn't fucking work. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So even editing the register, like, what am I going to do next? Delete it? I really am tempted to, but then come next update, it's going to be put back in again, or like whatever they're going to try and do. So it's like, the real problem was Microsoft and not the people behind the game. It's like the people behind the game that actually did the building part, they were fucking rinsed, my man. That shit was fucked up. Because like, imagine this for instance, right? You get like, let's imagine that you get 5 years to work on this game, and you hire a bunch of people, and you have like little, 18-month contracts. Guess what's gonna happen? After 18 months, that motherfucker gets fired, so you're gonna have to pay the benefits, greedy piece of shit. Anyways, they then hire a new cycle of people. They don't know what the fuck the other guys built, so they have to learn it
lifetime's worth of fucking time because you can only repeat the cycle like probably 1.5 times. And that's it. So it's like, okay, cool, well then you cooked yourself. You need 2 to 3 cycles for this kind of shit, but you don't have enough time to do that, so you're just like, let's scrap a third,
I have the video. I download the video of Trump before I tell Islam, 11 September, Islam hate us. And from the books, he's right. Why people know tell the truth? Islam, Quran, Sahih Bukhari is what Prophet Muhammad tell. He Jews, Christian, and they kill them. I know the message. It's clear. It's white. No people tell no. I know very good. I'm ex-Muslim. Don't try to be proud of your religion. Even the Shuyukh, English and Arab, they tell our religion is killing Jews, killing Christian, it means American, and we tell America and you take jihad. Many verses I know it. That's what they tell you. Me, I'm for Islam out of state, Islam out of Europe. Is okay? Is freedom of speech.